quorum,
We have a
right?
quorum?
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to call to order our special meeting of the Beverly City Council, particularly because we also have a regular meeting at 7, so we are right up to the clock here, so I want to make sure we get going. So, Ms. Kent, would you please call the roll?
Bowen? Here. Crowley?
Here.
Feldman? Hausman? Rand?
Here.
Rotundo?
Here.
St. Hilaire? Sweeney?
Here.
And Flowers.
I'm here. Councilor Rotundo, as our Vice President, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance for the special meeting?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America,
and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Vice President Rotundo. I'd like to just take a moment before I invite our city engineer, Mr. Barber, back up to the podium, just to acknowledge that we have in the room with us our State Senator Joan Lovely. Thank you for being here, Senator. Also, our Representative Jerry Paracella is here with us. Thank you for being here, Representative. And members of their staff as well are here. Thank you very much. And I also just wanted to acknowledge that we also have neighbors who have been with us all along the way from the Jordan Street neighborhood. Thank you for being back here. And also Steve Jaworski from Cummings Center. Thank you for being here. And I thought I had one more thought. Oh, I guess it was just to say congratulations, Representative Paracella. I know you have a graduate in the family who graduated from Beverly High School yesterday. And congratulations actually to all the Beverly High School graduates. It was a great day for graduation. Very exciting. Mr. Barber, since we are operating with a time limit, I think it'd be great to have you come back up. And I know this will be the second portion of a stormwater management presentation. And then, councilors, I know you didn't get to ask questions that people came prepared with, so we'll hope to get to those when the presentation finishes.
All right.
You.
Thanks. Well, good evening. Thank you very much, President Flowers. Thank you very much for having me tonight, and City Council members. Really great to be here for part 2 of this presentation. This was put together to create pretty much a baseline for our stormwater management program. I was asked to come and present to the City Council as a request, essentially from stemming concerns of localized flooding in specific areas and specific neighborhoods. The intent of my presentation is to lay some foundation for the steps that we are taking moving forward to address some of these issues. However, the issues that are at hand for each one of these individualized, localized problems are complicated. They're unique. Each and every circumstance has its own sort of response, and it has its own activities that are going to need to take place to address those. But the program that we're running here really is what I'm calling the Stop the Bleeding approach. There have been a lot of activities that have happened through the course of time, a lot of activities that we now need to manage and mitigate. And if we don't manage and mitigate these specific activities, well, we're not going to get the benefit that we need across the whole. So what I'm talking about today is a comprehensive approach that actually is sort of the baseline for our entire program, and it's managing across the city-wide area rather than the individualized specific locations where people have individualized flooding problems. But that doesn't mean we're not addressing those individualized problems. What it means is they're complicated. Those problems take a long time. And if I was to sit here and say to everybody, well, hey, you know what? I don't have the answers for your individualized problems, so we're just not going to do anything until we're ready, I don't think anybody would accept that as an okay answer. So instead, what we're doing is we're taking a baseline comprehensive approach that's going to have citywide benefit while we're looking and searching for those individualized answers. And that's what we're doing here today. This is the second part of a video series that I've put on as part of my presentation. The video itself has a lot of different meaning, not just for here, not just for this one particular presentation, but I'm going to use this as a tool to educate different invested parties when it seems fit, when I need this. So it is part of my MS4 stormwater program, and I do intend on using this beyond today. So if anybody who's watching on BevCam would like to review the first half of this, it was presented on Monday, May 16th. You can find it on BevCam's government YouTube channel. It is currently posted right now. And if you just take a quick look under that Monday, May 16th date, you'll find it called Special City Council Meeting. So if you like what you see here, or you have further questions and you'd like to see where we started, you can refer back to that particular video. So with that, this is part 2. We're about 40 minutes into the presentation. We have about 27 roughly minutes to go. Where we left off in the prior video, I was taking us through a journey of our entire program. At this point, we've been talking about construction-related activities. This particular point where we've left off, we had a site that had some deficiencies. We were basically coming across inspections, and those inspections leading to deficiencies. Those deficiencies ultimately had an impact on stormwater quality through the North Beverly Brook and ultimately out into the receiving water bodies, being the Lower Shoe Pond and ultimately the Bass River. So we're picking it up from there. Again, if you'd like to see the prior video, I'd encourage you to do so. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to the video presentation, and then I'll come back for questions. Hopefully this doesn't blast yet.
Responsible owners and responsible developers want to do the right thing. It's how they address situations and bring things into compliance that really makes a difference. In order for the city to get another set of eyes and ears on projects, we do now at this point require a construction oversight engineer. This is a professional who has overall stormwater management and stormwater compliance education. They've been trained in construction and best management practices with specifically stormwater in mind. Oftentimes, the construction oversight engineer will be the design engineer. In those cases, it brings consistency from design and planning phase through construction. It does seem to be very advantageous.
Not everything goes to plan on construction sites. Sometimes during construction site walks, deficiencies are found, and it is everyone's responsibility to address these deficiencies. Construction inspections are part of the construction phase activities. They are important to monitor the stormwater runoff on site. Part of the inspection includes walking the site and looking for things like erosion and sediment migration. So the pieces of erosion control that we put on our plan that get installed are very important to monitor, inspect, and make notes. And if any corrective actions need to be taken, we can identify them and pass it along to the contractor to take care of. So when we are walking around the site, we are looking at the erosion control sock that is typically wrapped around the site, and the purpose of the erosion control sock is to collect any migrating soil that has eroded off of barren areas and is collecting on the perimeter of the site. The purpose of that is so that we aren't polluting downstream waters and we're keeping sediment on site. Erosion control sock will collect that sediment, and over a period of time, it will have to be removed. If it's doing its job, it's going to look dirty. Once it's collected enough sediment, or if it's been impacted by construction activities, because there's a lot of construction activities on site, a lot of moving parts, they can be replaced and repaired, and that's part of the construction phase activities. Other things that we look for on site are silt sacks that are placed in catch basins, existing and proposed. Those collect any runoff and sediment that may migrate to a catch basin, and during construction, a lot of sediment and soil is moving around because of an active construction site. That will be deposited into the silt sack. We will inspect the silt sack for sediment. Once it gets to a certain level and full and it's not functioning, the contractor will empty it and replace this. Catch basin number 5. Other items we look for are stockpiles of soil. You will remove topsoil in areas for construction, and you will stockpile them. Once they have sat for a certain period of time, they need to be stabilized and have erosion control sock placed around them, and they'll sit for a long time before you use them again. So if you get a rainfall or something of that nature, they will not erode and they will not pollute off-site. Other things we look at are construction entrances. They are placed at the entrance to a construction site, and the purpose of them is to keep tracking of sediment on the actual site and not on the public ways where they can be tracked downstream into the drainage system of the city or town. 52 feet. Construction entrance is comprised of crushed stone, which when trucks tired go over it, the mud and dirt falls into the crushed stone and then will be left on site and will not leave the construction site. Ways to also mitigate the removal of soil off-site onto public ways is to also wash tires and get the mud mostly off the tires before it tracks on the construction entrance. Part of our inspection is to look at the construction entrance and see if it's clogged, if it needs replaced, or top dressed with additional crushed stone. Again, if it is clogged, it means that, and it looks terrible, it's done its job and it's keeping the sediment off the roadway.
So now you can see that our educational approach in requiring the construction oversight engineer has had a positive net result on the construction project and the quality of our receiving water bodies. Focusing on education rather than traditional methods of issuing fees and fines for violations definitely had a much more sustainable long-term result. At this point, the engineers, the owners of the project, and our contractors understand the importance of environmental stewardship. With the conclusion of construction phase activities, stormwater management practices are far from over. These projects now turn over to the long-term maintenance phase. The city has identified that oftentimes private owners don't understand what their long-term maintenance responsibilities are. In many cases, the long-term maintenance responsibilities aren't passed on from the developer to the future owner.
So here we are in one of the subdivisions that actually has dual ownership between the private and the city maintained right of way. There is sometimes a breakdown between development and also the owners where they don't really disclose all the information that they need to know and what they have to maintain. So we are going on an education campaign allowing residents to actually understand what the reporting requirements are for the city and keep their systems maintained and keep on top of all the records that they need to have. If you maintain things properly, it helps you out in the long run and you don't have to deal with expensive and costly repairs. While the city does its best to maintain the right-of-way and actually clean our catch basins, we do so we can minimize any sedimentation or migration of materials within the catch basins that actually will move, in this case, to a privately owned and maintained system.
So the city has come up with a good program where they sent a representative out to turn this over to the homeowners to discuss what their responsibilities were going to be going forward, explaining to them that they need to have, an engineering firm to certify the yearly maintenance that was required, and so that went very smoothly.
Most privately owned stormwater facilities now have the responsibility for long-term maintenance and inspections. A diligent maintenance program starts with inspections. Inspections are a critical part of a long-term stormwater maintenance plan, and you can identify problems with your system far long before they become expensive repairs.
So we're here to talk about subsurface stormwater management systems. In this situation here, we have a subsurface stormwater management system that's designed to catch all the catch basins that are in the area. Wind up draining into here, it recharges. It's a recharge system that's totally underground. There's a nice bed of gravel under there, big plastic chambers, water goes in, drains down, everything stays on site, no filtration leaves the site. All the stormwater is recharged and it helps keep this area healthy. There is an outlet that discharges into a resource area. It's all protected. There should be no siltration that goes down there. There are inspection ports here. There are 6 inspection ports, and there are 2 giant manholes on either side that allow us to open it up a couple times a year to make sure that it's not silted up and it gets serviced in that way. Again, no material winds up in the resource area, winds up in any streams. It doesn't wind up in any waters of the United States, as your NEPDES permit will suggest that it's not allowed to. So we right now are in the maintain phase here. It's all been designed with the city, working with the city. It was all been constructed under the purview of the city inspections, and now we're maintaining it. As a property manager, we would typically go into every catch basin in the spring and in the fall. In the spring, because of what happens over the winter, you want to go into the catch basin, make sure it's clean and ready to go for the spring and the summer. In the fall, because you get leaves in it. We chose actually to do it every week because it keeps our staff on our toes. Hey, it makes sure we feel better about it because we know every week we're looking in every catch basin. Hey, does everything look clean? We have training, and every year I have the engineer who designed all the stormwater management systems come out and sit with myself and about 4 or 5 of our other staff members to train us in the kind of things that we have to look for when we're inspecting the catch basins. What are we looking for? How much sediment can be in that catch basin before we have to take it out? So these are the kind of things that we look at. And then we teach the staff how do we properly dispose of whatever comes out of there. Part of our diligence about the inspections is because it becomes ingrained in us long term, right? We don't want to contribute to stormwater management challenges, but it's also it's beneficial to us because it's more cost effective if we're on top of these structures, all the structures that we've installed here. If we stay on top of the maintenance, it becomes more cost effective to not have to replace things, but let's get to them before they become in disrepair and becomes a challenge. So we're very proactive about long-term maintenance. We're here for the long run, so we find it in our best interest that if we stay on top of the inspections and the reportings and the making sure that the systems are running properly, it's more efficient, it's more cost-effective. It just makes all the sense in the world. Oh yeah, and on top of that, we get the environmental benefit because we know that what we've done here isn't contributing to a problem further down the road for ourselves, for the city, for the environment, for anybody.
Privately owned systems that have long-term maintenance plans and are responsible for annual reporting do have the requirement in the city of Beverly to have a stormwater professional who provides us with inspections and reporting on an annual basis.
The city requires inspection and maintenance reports to be submitted on an annual basis. To do that, you have to inspect the site more than once as required in the operation and maintenance plan, and then it will be reported to the city as required at the end of the year. To do the inspections, you need a qualified professional that's trained in the inspections and maintenance of stormwater BMPs. That can either be a professional engineer or a staff of people that are trained by a qualified professional to do the maintenance and inspections. On this site, we are doing the majority of the inspections ourselves. However, on other sites, we have trained people to do the inspections of catch basins and infiltration systems. In those cases, they'll compile the inspection reports and they will submit that information to the city as required in the SWIP.
Once the project has been constructed, the most important thing to ensure that the stormwater system functions for the anticipated design duration is the long-term operation maintenance plan. That involves coming out to the site on a regular basis, inspecting structures that were installed, catch basins, manholes, underground infiltration systems, rain gardens, detention basins, etc. These devices need to be looked at to ensure that they are not eroding, that they're still functioning properly. This needs to be done on a regular basis.
This is a rain garden. There are some outlets with some riprap, some clogging with some leaves, which happens. It can be maintained by hand picking it up. There's vegetation in the bottom of the rain garden. The vegetation looks good. There might be a few invasive species that we'll have to recommend to be removed. Ground cover looks good on the sides, no trash, no sediment, seems to be draining properly. Overall, the rain garden is functioning.
So through construction phase activities and long-term maintenance, the city makes every effort to give the contractors, developers, and owners the ability to do things the right way. But unfortunately, sometimes again, things can go sideways. And if contractors and developers are unable to follow the city's rules and regulations, or they are non-compliant, unfortunately, we need to track that. Through construction phase activities and long-term maintenance, there are a huge amount of reporting requirements. This takes constant attention and constant diligence to ensure that we obtain all of the reports that are necessary. In order to do this, the city now employs a compliance officer who has the primary function of ensuring that sites meet general stormwater compliance as well as maintaining their long-term maintenance records.
The City of Beverly now employs a compliance officer who works hand in hand with the site inspector to enforce the City of Beverly's site compliance with a focus on stormwater regulations. We believe that a more sustainable approach to compliance is through the education program rather than fines and fees for violations. Another important part of compliance is to ensure that property owners are following stormwater policies within their homes and businesses. We are in the early stages of developing a property-to-property survey in order to identify potential violations of stormwater policy. For example, sump pumps tied into the sanitary sewer systems.
So in taking all of the information from beginning to end, starting with the concept design and rolling all the way through the maintenance after construction, the city saw a great need to hold all of the data in one single location and be able to share that across multiple departments and multiple staff members. So the city employed Central Square Technologies, which is currently handling permitting, licensing, code enforcement, and project planning across multiple departments across the city.
The city is not only interested in private development and private stormwater management systems. The city has their own assets that need to be maintained to the highest possible standard. We understand that the first line of defense is to keep pollution from making it into our waterways in the first place. So a diligent sweeping and catch basin cleaning program is the first line of defense. The city makes sure to sweep each one of its streets multiple times a year, and we have a comprehensive catch basin cleaning program that we track on a regular basis.
So the city of Beverly is committed to maintaining its infrastructure, and one of the projects that we have is our catch basin cleaning program. We sent a contractor out to evaluate and clean all the catch basins, and we use the Collector app, which is incorporated with GIS. They use the app to identify every catch basin that they clean and make note of any deficiencies, how much debris is in there, and it is collected real time. The city evaluates that. We send this information to the DPW, who goes back and makes repairs where necessary, and we also keep track of exactly how many basins are done and how much debris has been removed. As we can see, here is an example of a catch basin that was cleaned last summer, and in one of the attributes they've noted that the grate was broken, and you can see here that it looks like the grate is new. There's fresh asphalt all around it. It's been cleaned, it's been repaired. So this is a good example of using that data to make necessary repairs.
So not only do we own the Community Development Suite for Central Square Technologies, but we've also purchased EAM, which is Enterprise Asset Management. This module will allow a city to manage maintenance activities on its own assets. Other important information such as criticality, cost, risk, repair and work order activities, inventory, and other needs can be tracked within the EAM software.
So in addition to community development, the city has now also procured the Central Square EAM platform, which is Enterprise Asset Management, which is currently in the kickoff stage and will be rolling out across city departments in the next few months. The hope is that this software is also integral into helping the city staff maintaining all of the city-owned infrastructure, including underground piping networks and stormwater infrastructure, and including reporting necessary for multiple agencies.
So now you can see that the city has taken a comprehensive approach through the construction lifecycle. Everything from the design all the way through the construction activities and the long-term maintenance phase. But moving forward, remember what I said. We can't solve all of our stormwater management needs with capital projects alone. Let's take a step back and look at one of the capital projects that the city completed about a decade ago. Unfortunately, sometimes these projects still suffer from inland flooding issues. The city invested significant money into this project almost a decade ago, and we're coming back around to it again. As I mentioned, oftentimes capital projects are not the only way to solve our stormwater management needs, so it does need to be a comprehensive approach.
We're here at the North Beverly Brook. This is a brook that has a huge watershed in the city and sees quite a variation in the stream flow throughout the year. And the result of that is erosion. We have stream bank erosion here that over the years has been attempted to be addressed multiple times. And what we find is that during those times of high flow, when the banks are undermined and they slough off from not having that proper riparian buffer zone, that it ends up further downstream in the pipe system. And that's where the maintenance comes into play with our MS4 system and keeping it clean of debris so that we don't cause flooding and property damage. So we're down here in the brook now, and as we can see, we've got signs of bank erosion and previous repair attempts just all around us. And, with climate change, we're going to see more intense storms larger volumes of rain dumped in shorter durations, and this brook's going to flash and get very flashy and floody, with potential to do even more damage to these banks. So finding solutions that can last and withstand those torrents of water are going to be really imperative to the impacts of future maintenance and our downstream infrastructure. So it can be difficult to restore a stream like this that's experiencing this erosion, because even restoration efforts require some intense environmental permitting. There's very limited options about what we can do to restore these eroded banks. So we're here at the head wall, and as you can see, this is where the brook enters the culvert system and goes underground. From here, we've got 2 parallel pipes that go under a large industrial corporate office park and eventually enters into the ocean. So as you might imagine, once the stream goes underground, it takes significant effort and coordination to clean the sediment that deposits in these pipes. Access for cleaning is quite tricky. We've got only a few manholes that we can access and get equipment in to remove the sediment that's been accumulating in the underground system. So when we mobilize this summer to clean out the culverts, we need to take into consideration the operations of the corporate office park. There's going to be a lot of traffic, people arriving to work, leaving work, and we're going to have large equipment that will need to be accommodated around these traffic movements. And so it will be disruptive to operations, and part of our job in maintaining these structures is doing so with the least impact to the public. So you wouldn't know it, but we're standing on top of one of the largest pieces of stormwater infrastructure in the city. Directly below us is a 12-foot wide stormwater culvert that takes all of the North Beverly Brook flow and conveys it underneath the Cummings Center until it ultimately reaches the tidal receiving water body here and on the way to the harbor. So in 2009, the city cleaned this culvert and removed all that sediment that was reducing capacity, making flooding more likely. And here we are about a decade later, and it's time to do it again. The brook continues to move sediment down into the culvert, and now we have to access and put heavy equipment in there to capture and remove that sediment before it ends up in the harbor.
With all of the challenges that we face for stormwater maintenance, we now need to focus on the future. With increase in sea level rise and intensity of storms and frequency of storms getting more and more impactful, we really need to think about our future, and that includes a heavy emphasis on education, looking to students and looking to our schools, and really getting education across to the general public is a huge part of our program. So in this video, you've seen the entire time a focus on education from our contractors to our developers, our engineers and owners, city staff, and in this case, getting education out to students and our future engineers is critical to protecting our environment and our waterways.
The Greenscapes North Shore Coalition is a stormwater collaborative that helps 25 communities on the North Shore meet all of the requirements of their MS4 permit. With a completed MS4 permit, they can convince and prove to the EPA that they're doing everything they possibly can do to educate all members of their community about stormwater, keeping stormwater clean, and keeping water plentiful in their community. So all of the audiences or people that need to receive this education are a little bit unique. Messages and outreach for residents might look different than messages or outreach for business owners, business managers, industrial audiences, commercial audiences, developers. There is some crossover in the materials and the offerings that we create. We might do workshops for one audience that can also be publicized to others, but the main messages are always that stormwater is a non-point source pollution in our community, and all of those community members or unique audiences in any community contribute differently to stormwater. We need to uniquely tailor our message for each of those audiences while also keeping our messaging consistent, because at the end of the day, stormwater is everybody's responsibility.
Salem Sound Coast Watch has education initiatives that work with elementary school all the way up to teacher institutes, teaching about stormwater, wastewater, and erosion and climate change in our area. Bringing it local and place-based helps people become stewards of our environment. Our education program begins with understanding the basics of our natural environment, what a watershed is, how precipitation falls on the land and flows over it, ending up in the ocean, and how the human system impacts that natural system. Understanding the infrastructure and what goes into engineering our wastewater and stormwater also helps us understand that natural system and how to take better care of it and become stewards of our environment.
So one thing that we know today is that the problems we're facing now are not going to be the problems of the future. So with climate change and differing types of storms, particularly in the summer with short duration, high intensity storms, we're seeing these increase and become more prevalent, more intense. We have to plan accordingly. And so this is where our long-term plan for the storm drain system is key. We have to continue to make improvements to prepare for these changing environments.
We are at a pivotal point now where we can make the biggest impact for our community if we move forward and continue to plan, permit, and fund the stormwater management program that is critical for our environment and for the health of our community.
From the owners to the contractors, it's everyone's responsibility to take care of the stormwater on site and to protect the receiving water bodies.
From design through construction through long-term operation and maintenance plans, one can now see the importance of stormwater management and how it benefits the natural environment to which these projects discharge.
What I understand is stewardship. And that's what I hear going on right now is good stewardship of the land. We're trying to set up laws and regulations and enforce them in such a way that our children, our children's children, are going to be able to continue to enjoy these neighborhoods, parks, waterways. The people in this town, the engineers, the building inspectors were very helpful, polite. Every time I knocked, they were there for me.
The city has always been very responsive. They do immediately come out to investigate the issue, whether it is with the building department, with the planning department, or as well as the engineer, or even the Board of Health at times.
Again, as a developer, we're here for the long term. We want it all to be right. It's very helpful for us to have a partner like the City of Beverly. It's been fantastic.
And here we are as the North Beverly Brook meets the ocean. This is the final destination from the stormwater from over 1,000 acres of watershed in the City of Beverly, entering the Atlantic Ocean in the Salem Sound. So now you can see why this is important. From design to construction to maintenance, that process of keeping those pollutants out of this environment is environmental stewardship.
So that was just a small look into the vast world of stormwater management here in the city of Beverly. Again, we have made a ton of strides, but we have a long way to go. Stormwater management challenges are vast. There is no one pure solution. It takes a comprehensive approach to improve the quality of our water bodies, improve our environment, and protect our properties. Focusing on education is one of the most sustainable ways we can create resilience here within the city of Beverly and hopefully, ultimately, come up with the best solutions, not just for now, but into the future. Thank you again, everybody, for coming along on this journey. I greatly appreciate it. Again, I am your host, Eric Barber, City Engineer for the City of Beverly. We appreciate all the hard work, all the people that have contributed to this presentation. There's a lot of great professionals that we work with to come up with creative solutions. And as you've seen the entire time, it's not just any one individual, because stormwater management, it's everybody's responsibility.
All right, so thank you. Appreciate you all bearing with me throughout this process. Again, I encourage you to go back to the beginning of the video if you haven't seen it. At this point, I'm sure you have a ton of questions, and I'd be more than happy to answer them. So I'll turn it over to President Flowers.
Thank you. And as I said, I know councilors came with some questions they'd like to ask, I think reflecting on this, but also on behalf of residents, what they've heard. So I'd like to open it to them, but I do want to make an apology. Mr. Drahowski, I butchered your name earlier. I actually realized what I did was not so much butcher your name, but gave you, my dad's family is Polish, and I gave you a Polish surname from my dad's family. It just came out. So I'm sorry about that.
I'm not sure if we're Polish or Ukrainian.
Okay. Well, I realized, the Jaworskis are related to the Malionics, and that is not Steve at all. So I apologize. And also want to just recognize Ronnie Jacobson, the Mayor's Constituent Services Director, here with us as well. Thank you, Ronnie. Councilors, do you have questions that you would like to ask at this time before we close this time?
Yes,
Councilor Crowley, please.
Good evening, thanks. I think I have quite a few. Eric, I appreciate everything you've done, and I like everything that's there. as far as what we're doing in the future and where we've come, and I really appreciate that. I guess a lot of my concerns has to do with, so when you talked about a lot of the issues, and there's the two big flows coming down in the main systems, sitting way back up on where the construction and everything's going, there's two main arteries coming down through that's dumping into the brook. Okay, specifically as far as Jordan Street and where the high school and stuff like that goes. But we're not, and we're talking with everybody, so there's flow issues there. I've been out there with the storms and stuff like that. There's rain going through, it's coming down off of, from their streets down into the brook, and that's slow, but I also hear a flurry of water flushing through, and as I go further up into the brook, it's in one of those other areas with the new construction. I guess my concern is capacity, to whereas I know we're doing the work and stuff down as far as the Cummings property to keep the water moving that way, but we have a lot of stoppage and things that's happening up in North Beverly that's restricting for the neighbors and stuff as far as everything coming through, which is ultimately backing up as far as in the yards and stuff like that goes. So I'm just curious as far as what the thought process is in the future, and I guess I'm looking for short-term and potentially long-term.
Yeah. I think there's a few things. So just to create a little bit of context, where you're talking about the two contributing areas from above, I believe you're specifically talking about the upper Sawyer Road area as the water leaves that particular highland and then coming back and then lower down into the lower areas. At that point, of course, water flows downhill and you're leading down through essentially like through Toza Road, behind some of the properties there, down into roughly the high school area and ultimately to the backyards of Jordan Street. In those particular cases, and it's not a surprise to anybody, there are periods of time where the water is extremely intense. In those intense rainstorms, you do have periods of time where the actual culverts that go beneath the Cummings Center can't take that intense volume. That is something that at this point as the course of time goes on, it is a concern. It is something that we need to pay attention to. Those short burst, high-intensity storms do seem to be extremely problematic. Now, there's a few things to discuss there. When you go back to the beginning of time, how things were constructed, it is unfortunate that, our main pipelines do go beneath a significant commercial and industrial park. There's not too much that we can do about that. To circumvent around that property would be almost insurmountable. I'm not going to say it's literally impossible, but it would certainly exceed many of the, our current ability to do that. So what we need to look at this point is what can we do to mitigate some of that. Our first step is to address the downstream reaches. So at this point, we have a cleaning contract that is currently underway. We have a design engineer on board who is working with us to create a specification package. We are currently in the permitting phase, or the preliminary permitting phase, to getting that cleaning work permitted so that we can clean the lines beneath the Cummings Center. From there, further evaluation will need to take place. We don't currently have an engineer on board who is under contract to do that evaluation. However, I can't sit here and make promises that I can't keep, so I'm not going to sit here and tell you that we're necessarily doing something. However, I don't want you to think that means we're not doing anything. So first step, clean the culvert. Second step is we are evaluating. So I'm working with our engineer. We're trying to come up with a strategy. It takes a little bit of some strategy sessions, and we are currently in that process. So I am personally diligently working with our engineer to talk about what the future phases are going to be. I don't know what the future phases are yet. It could be a number of different things. It could be cleaning, it could be some stream clearing, and if we have some luck, maybe it's hardening some of the banks. There would be a lot of improvements that could be made. Again, there's a lot of permitting that would be required for all of that, but at the same time, it just starts with us getting an understanding of what we're capable of doing, and that's kind of where we are right now. So, and I don't know if that gives you any answers or any hope, but that is where we are.
Well,
Yes, please.
it gives me some, which is good. So, but I guess part of my concern has to do with, like, right now. To whereas, we'll say further up, we know there's the slot as far as where the brook and everything runs through. As far as the options, I know we've heard a lot about permitting issues that need to be done. We hear that quite a bit as far as just to be able to clean the brook or have you guys come in and do some work on the brook. So I guess the questions would be is, what's the stop? Where's the stopping point, and where are we at that? Are we requesting the help for the permitting issues? Have we gone anything to do any permitting issues, or with, you know, any of the other agencies that we're having problems that we just can't clean the brook?
I mean, you know, if you look at some of the work that was done historically, we definitely had some challenges with the types of construction methods that could have been used and to reinforce and strengthen the banks. Unfortunately, at the time, the methods that we wanted to use were not allowed, and you can see based on some of actually the footage that was in that video that what was done 10 years ago did not survive. At this point, I am working with our conservation agent to understand some of the jurisdictional challenges and the types of permitting that we're going to need. We're also working with our engineers who have environmental specialists and permitting specialists. That's the key thing. These engineering firms do have permitting specialists, and that's really important to us. As a city engineer, and I'm just saying it, I'm kind of a jack of all trade, master of none. I need to know a little bit about everything, and we don't always get fully in depth. And Mike Collins, who's the Commissioner of Public Services, he has extensive experience working in this. But even at the same time, there's only so far he can go until we get those environmental permitting specialists, and the companies that we're working with have those employees. So, that's the best information I have right now. We have an engineer on board who's helping us with the first phase. I've already asked them to start thinking about what it's going to mean for future phases and what we can do and how we would potentially stage out an action plan. And they're coming up with some conceptual ideas to present to us. So there's a number of things in the works, and really step one is making sure we get the downstream reach cleaned, making sure we get the sediment out of that pipe, and making sure that it has the capacity that it needs to ensure that, at least in most moderate storms and even some slightly more intense storms, it can take the water. So that's the first step.
Thank you, Phil. Yeah, I'm okay for now.
Thank you, Councilor Crowley. Councilor Rotundo.
Thank you. Mr. Bauer, just a quick follow-up on that. First of all, thank you for allowing me to be part of the process in the video.
Yes.
But simply put, and I know Councilor Crowley had stated about permitting, there are brooks, I know in my neighborhood, the issue with the brooks are foliage in there, and at one time there was a process where the DPS was allowed to go through, and they routinely, maybe every 2-3 years, do it. What's been told to me, I'm still seeing if this is the case, is DPS simply cannot go inside these brooks because the Conservation Committee or Concom does not allow that to happen as simply as we wanted to think. I mean, sensible thing we look at is we see foliage in there, and that's kind of what's hindering the water flow. And if we remove that or any sediments, if we remove it, it's going to minimize it. Is that the case? And is it as simple that is it Concom just has that much jurisdiction over that particular flow of water?
Yeah, and not to oversimplify this, but each individual water body is going to have its own sort of jurisdictional requirements. Now, and it depends on the classification of that water body. So part of it is, quite frankly, learning what and understanding what those classifications are, working again with the conservation agent. And I've actually been having specific conversations with our conservation agent about what some of their jurisdictional criteria are going to be and where we may be able to work under maintenance sort of capacity. I don't have all the answers just yet, but I am actively working, and she's been providing me with some information to review, and we are in the process in reviewing that. So again, it's like most of these issues, each individual area is going to have its own criteria. Can you take some and lump them into general buckets? Yes. But at the same time, every water body we look at is going to have some slightly different things that we need to consider, slightly different area that we need to consider based upon the type of resource and what it's classified. So it's a very general answer. I know you're looking for some specifics, but in terms of where I am with the process, I am working with our conservation agent, and she's been sort of doing some research behind the scenes, trying to give it to us so that we can understand it. And at the same time, I'm reaching out to our environmental specialists within the engineering firms that we tend to work with to try to come up with some answers and some solutions so that we better understand it ourselves.
Thank you. Also, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rotundo. Councilor Rand.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation tonight. And this feels to me like you're almost creating a master plan for this stormwater management. Is that an accurate way of thinking about it?
Yeah, some of this is becoming formalized. So, and again, part of what I had tried to demonstrate, if you roll back time, history has changed the requirements for stormwater management. If you go back to really and not to say that, Clean Water Act existed, but when you look at some of the things that you see on this video, most of the current day stormwater management techniques really started to take fruition into the late 90s, early 2000s, and have continued to get really stricter and stricter. Why? Because now, unfortunately, we're suffering from the problems that we're suffering from. We've unfortunately learned from the pains of the past. So what we're doing as a city is we're really looking at this comprehensive approach and trying to say, what can we do to formalize our plan? That's why we're employing softwares. That's why we're updating our rules and regulations. That's why we're creating an education campaign. Because the more and more we do to formalize our process, the better and better chance we have at long-term sustainable results. The last thing I want to do is, start a program, say one thing to one developer, but it's inconsistent with another developer. If we're not consistent with our message, we're not going to get the net result across the board. The other thing that is really important to remember is, and sediment and site control during construction is a major contributor to some of the issues that we have with clogging of our water bodies. It starts with sediment that washes off a vehicle or ends up in the street, and it makes it into our catch basins, and then it goes down those storm drain systems when there's high flows, and it makes it into the receiving water bodies, and it continues to flush down. So that's why you see us taking such a strict look at this and really trying to curb that, because and actually I encourage all of you and everybody, and not to throw all the other communities under the bus, but drive around, look around. You don't see what we're doing in other communities. You don't. You can ask all of our engineers who are helping me build this program, and they're like, I wouldn't be able to do this in my community. Nobody would listen. We don't have the bandwidth. It just takes some champions and people who care enough. And we're lucky that we have all the people in the room that we do. Quite honestly, all of you care. You all come to me with problems, and we try to come up with solutions. The residents that bring it to our attention, we need that feedback. We need them to tell us. Because if we don't know that they're having problems, we can't do anything about it. We're lucky we have someone like Commissioner Collins, who's devoted his life to the city of Beverly in his career. He loses sleep, endless nights over worrying about this community. He's out at 2 a.m. making sure that things are flowing. We have a mayor who's committed to putting the funds to this, and a finance director who's really savvy and is trying to put us in a good spot. Like, I am encouraged at the team that we have. I just don't have all the answers right now, but we're searching for it. So I don't know, I'm getting off track, but.
I do have one more quick question through you, Council President.
Yes.
I'm wondering if are you considering policy initiatives that would reduce pesticides and increase permeable surfaces?
So some of that already does exist in slight bits and pieces. Something that's actually really interesting, and we're starting this, is what's called an LID score sheet. And LID is something that I didn't talk about a lot because it's kind of its own can of worms. That's called low impact development. And we're encouraging, and we're actually required by MS4 stormwater policy to encourage our developers to use LID techniques. So things like, for example, and some of the devices that you saw there, subsurface infiltration systems, some sort of stormwater attenuation, things like, for example, reduction of pavement in the first place, right? Reduce pavement where you can. But other ideas, maybe you could use a pervious pavement, something that allows the water to actually seep through it. That's not perfect. It's heavily maintenance oriented. Porous pavement design does require vacuum technology to actually suck particulates out of those pores for it to still be effective. So it has its own challenges too. So the first thing is finding developers who are environmentally responsive and want to build smarter designs that actually take into consideration these impacts. and we encourage it. So going back to a score sheet, we're developing a score sheet so that we can start to grade projects on what they're doing for low-impact development, and specifically with stormwater in mind. And it's not a requirement right now, but what I can tell you is, and again, talking about a political decision, if we got to the point where we wanted to have a stormwater utility and we were starting to manage like a stormwater utility, some of this is preliminary to that anyway. Now, that's going to be its own, I don't even want to go there, quite frankly, but, you know, that is something that if we get to the point where we're starting to grade properties and score properties based on the amount of impervious surface, and we're really looking at that, and we want to start making changes, I mean, that is a place to go. I don't necessarily think we have the time in the near future to deal with it, but the work that we're doing right now does take that into consideration. It does think about it, and we're at least going to have some data to be able to share. So the first piece and what we're really looking at is this LID score sheet, so that we can start to grade projects as they come through to see what kind of long-term impact they may have, both environmentally but specifically with stormwater in mind.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you. And I know we only have 9 minutes before our next meeting begins. And I think it is really unfortunate that we've spent so much time when we can actually be face-to-face in a forum that's designed for discussion, watching the videos, which are a great educational tool. And I'm really happy to have that context, but missed the opportunity to have a conversation. So I might just read the list of questions that I came with that we won't have time to fully answer, and think about, you know, I can send these afterwards and maybe we can get a response for one of our future meetings. But things I've heard from neighbors that we heard in the meeting that had little city representation, but had counselors here with neighbors, were questions about when drains on Jordan and Simon Street would be cleaned or had been cleaned last. Plans around cleaning streams and brooks that have been, I think, covered well in the questions today. Cleaning and upgrading the culverts at the Cummings Center, which sounds like is on track to kick off this summer. Also had a question about that on Victor Street, so if we can look into that one. Support for homeowners in the meantime. So while the long term is what we need to spend, you know, big picture time talking about, in the meantime, things like improving curbing, providing sandbags, other short-term prevention things that we can do before storms, some of which have been available in the past, but maybe not as proactive. Can we do more there? Can we look at the land beside Jordan Street that is higher grade than people's yards, and whether there's any mitigation that can happen there for the shorter term, whether there's anything in terms of grading the streets that would improve just flows and drainage, the drains by Beverly High, looking into funding through the new infrastructure law, coastal resiliency grant funding from DEP. And then I was just curious, as we're in budget season, and was going to ask tomorrow, but now we'll ask next week since that meeting's been canceled, is just in the capital improvement plan, there's this discussion of $125,000 a year for drainage repairs and extensions, and $50,000 a year for ditch maintenance, overgrown brooks, and refurbished waterways. And I was just curious where that appears in the budget, because I know the budget's a little hard to decipher and I'm still learning it, and which priorities you have for this coming fiscal year for those two buckets of money, and which priorities were achieved last fiscal year with those buckets of money.
Yeah, you're not gonna be happy with my answer. I don't have the answer either. That's an operational line. As an engineer and as a city engineer, I don't typically get involved in DPW operations. It's my guess that it is in the public works side of the budget and in their operations lines. If I'm mistaken, I don't really know. But it's certainly something that, you know, I can track on. If it gets to the point where Public Works needs the technical support in order to make some decisions and to create some priorities, we can definitely do so. I think another important piece of that, and I'm glad that you kind of took me down this path, so You heard a little bit about Central Square Technologies. You heard a little bit about EAM, which is Enterprise Asset Management. A huge part of what we're doing and a big part of formalizing our plan is full evaluations of all of our assets. And when I say all, I mean all. And that includes all the water bodies, that includes the streams, that includes the drainage structures. So getting back to some of the things, like for example, when was the last time that the drains were cleaned? We have some of those records. There were some questions about the actual storm drains on Jordan. I can tell you that we were already out there. I think the residents will tell you that the day after they asked the question, our inspector was out there taking a look at them. Now, at this point, moving forward, we identified that they don't truly need to be cleaned. That's the catch basins. Have we visually or camera inspected that drain line that connects to those? No, but without seeing a clear and glaring problem in the catch basins, we don't expect that there's going to be a problem in those drain lines. So realistically, is it a full comprehensive inspection? No, but we have enough information to feel confident that those drain lines are operational. So anyway, to finalize that thought, moving forward, this whole process of developing EAM and getting smarter on each one of our assets, again, ranking risk, ranking priority, determining replacement value, what's the interval for maintenance, who's doing the maintenance, and how does that end up on people's radar screen, plus the reporting and the ability to keep track of that. That's a huge part of this. It's done now. It's done somewhat informally. It's not a fully formalized, citywide, integrated process. And that's where we're going with it. So again, when you ask about formalizing a plan, formalizing a process, yes, we're working on that, and that's a big part of it. So, yeah, I hope that at least helps you. I know you had a bunch of questions in there, so if you'd like me to actually speak more specifically to any of those other components, how's about what we can do to help support the residents? I think, and I'm hoping that they would even tell you, Mike Collins has personally spent hours upon hours talking to them about things that can be done at their own homes. Little changes that can be made, and little things such as creating some changes to grading, or even some window treatments and things that can be done to sort of shield that area. There's only so far as a city we can go once things get onto private property. The private property owners have to make some of the changes. So backing up and for us taking a look at the street and how the street behaves, that's something that at this point, we believe, to the best of our understanding, that for predominant amount of the storms, the street is behaving the way it needs to. The drainage system is behaving the way it needs to. But there are these cases, and it's going to be the case a lot, and especially with increased storm frequency and heavier intensities, that it's not going to take that flow. You cannot design a drainage system for all storm events. You can't do it. It just doesn't exist. And not in modern day engineering. It doesn't exist. So are there going to be circumstances where people are underwater? It may happen. I can't sit here and promise that it's not. It's impossible. I can't say that. But what I can tell you is we're doing everything that we believe we can do to try to help where we can, to spend the time with the people, to answer the questions when we can. We're trying to take the feedback from all of you and put it into a plan. We're trying to organize our documentation. We're trying to make sure that we're providing appropriate evaluations. That's all a big part of this. So I guess that's my answer to that.
I think in 1 minute, Councilor Bonin, then I'd like to summarize. Well, it is not a stopping point, but I'd like to have a final word.
Yes, no, I appreciate that and would love to continue the conversation. My other question was actually somewhat unrelated, but I've just been walking past the National Grid gaswork on the street here for the last couple of weeks with big piles of dirt kind of left out over weekends and in rainstorms, and was curious if that is
we are actively chasing them on a daily basis to ensure that they're meeting our specifications and our standards. I 1000% agree that it is not meeting our standards, and that is exactly what we're chasing. So it gets to the point where if they're not willing to comply and listen, it gets turned over to our compliance officer, and we will be chasing that. So yes, I agree with you 100%, more than 100%.
Thank you. So we are coming down to the last minute. I just wanted to mention, again, my thanks to the residents and also Mr. Dohusky for being here. I know this is a little bit confusing because we had a subcommittee meeting where the floor was open before, and this is not a public hearing, and so that's why counselors are now getting a chance to ask some of their questions, and it's not one with the floor open. I know that's confusing and can also feel very frustrating. I also wanted to just mention, I think, Mr. Barber, this is, when I said a summary, it's not a stopping point, but I think it's clear to me, some of Councillor Bowen's questions, I think, encapsulate this, and Councillor Bowen, it'd be great if you can send those. But just the trauma that people experience when their homes are affected, and I think that's what we're hearing from residents. And so I guess I would just continue to urge us as a city to be really proactive in dealing with mitigating this so that residents and businesses don't continue to experience that kind of trauma.
You better believe it. Absolutely agree. So.
Thank you. So this is, again, not a stopping point, but Councillor Bowen, if you'd pass those on, continue this conversation. We do need to pause here because we need to end this meeting. So I'd take a motion to adjourn our special meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. So our special meeting at 6 p.m. is now adjourned. With my thanks for those who attended for that meeting. And since it's 7:01, I'll call to order our regular city council meeting. Thank you. Our June 6th regular city council meeting, 7 p.m. And Ms. Kent, would you please call the roll?
Bowen?
Here.
Crowley?
Here.
Feldman? Here. Hausman?
Here.
Rand? Here. Rotundo?
Yeah.
St. Hilaire?
Here.
Sweeney?
Here.
And Flowers.
Here. And Councilor Rotundo, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Councilor Rotundo. And that was the second time in one night Councilor Rotundo has done that, because he also led at our special meeting. Thank you for 2 great back-to-back performances.
My pleasure, thank you.
So we do have a very full agenda again this evening. I feel like we've been hearing that every night that we've met. This has been a busy session for the City Council. So councilors, our work will be to try to make sure that we're moving through our work efficiently and listening well to one another. We do have 3 citizen speakers signed up, and so because we have public hearings posted starting at 7:15, I would love to jump right to our citizen speakers, although I do want to take a moment just to acknowledge that in the room with us right now we have Ward 6 School Committee member Lorinda Visnick. Thank you for being here. She threw me off because she sat in a different seat. Usually she's over here. And also our budget analyst, Jerry Perry, is here with us this evening. Thank you for being here. So our first citizen speaker, and I guess before I call people up, I'll just say that the citizen speaker component of the meeting, for people who are maybe watching on BevCam or who are newer to this.
Sorry.
It's very dramatic, Councillor Crowley. Is a time when residents can reach out to the city clerk to sign up for any of our regular meetings. There are 3 citizen speaker spots at any regular city council meeting, and citizens can sign up to address the council for 3 to 5 minutes each about a topic of your choosing. And it is a forum for citizens, so you won't hear councilors give a response or ask questions during this time. It really is a time for you to address councilors. But I always like to say, please know that even if there's not a time for a back and forth, it does not mean that councilors are not listening, thinking about, and then able to circle back and respond on some of the topics that are raised by our residents. So with that, our first citizen speaker who signed up with our city clerk is Claire Cabot. And Ms. Cabot, thank you for being here. If you wouldn't mind going to the podium, and I know I just said your name, but if you would say your name and address. And because we have 3 speakers, Councilor Rotundo is going to keep time at 5 minutes per speaker. If you're done before his timer goes off, that's fine, but he'll be keeping time for all of us.
And that will be the same.
With that, as I like to say, with his groovy tunes. So when you hear his groovy tune, you can.
Okay.
So, Ms. Cabot.
My name is Claire S. Cabot, and I live at 103 Hart Street in Beverly Farms. I was born at the Beverly Hospital where my father was a doctor. I could not be prouder of our city. Many thanks to each and every one of you who are serving on the City Council. We have all seen many changes during the last 10 years. When we grew up, we never locked our doors. Sadly, those days are over. The recent school shooting at Uvalde, Texas, has reminded us of the increasing lawlessness of our society, far too often demonstrated at soft targets like schools. I stand before you with the express desire to propose forming a council to investigate adding metal detectors to our Beverly schools. Our city has 4,700 students attending 5 elementary schools, 1 middle school, and 1 high school. I looked up the cost of metal detectors on the internet, which I will leave with my written report. I found one company called PTI, Protective Technologies International. The ballpark cost of each metal detector is around $4,000 to purchase. It is even possible to lease metal detectors. Before 9/11, there were incidents of hijacking on airplanes. However, the increased security and use of metal detectors has eliminated that problem in airports. Please know that I am not happy to be standing here with this request. However, I do feel this helps to ensure greater safety for the children of our community. A metal detector would have saved the lives of other children in Uvalde, Texas, and many other school shootings. Thank you for listening. Respectfully submitted, Claire S. Cabot.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cabot. I appreciate your coming and joining us, and I appreciate your taking the time to address the council. Yes, if you wouldn't mind, if you give it to our city clerk, Ms. Kent, she can make sure that councilors get a copy. Thank you. Thank you very much. So our second citizen speaker who signed up this evening is Susanna Glass. So Ms. Glass, same as with Ms. Cabot, if you wouldn't mind starting with your name and address for the record, and then you have up to 5 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Council President Flowers and council members. My name's Susanna Ketchum Glass, and I live here in Beverly at 8 Chubbsbrook Lane. I teach at Endicott College, and I also work as a birth doula, supporting parents across the North Shore and in Boston. I'm the proud mother of 3 beautiful daughters, all of whom were born under the expert care of midwives. I'm grateful for the opportunity to address the council this evening on behalf of the Campaign to Save the North Shore Birth Center. And I'm here tonight to ask for this body's help. We are a coalition, 1,200 members strong and growing every day, of patients, community members, professionals, and advocates fighting to protect and increase access to birth choice and reproductive care provided by the certified nurse midwives of the North Shore Birth Center. The North Shore Birth Center is the last fully operating birth center in eastern Massachusetts. Located on the Beverly Hospital campus, the birth center has a 42-year track record of providing safe, affordable care that is rooted in evidence-based practices for patients with low to moderate risk pregnancies. Since 1980, the North Shore Birth Center midwives have supported families in welcoming nearly 10,000 babies to our community. Study after study has demonstrated the following: that birth center care is evidence-based and consistently provides good health outcomes with fewer complications than hospital deliveries for lower risk patients. That birth center care is associated with reduced racial and ethnic disparities in perinatal outcomes. And that birth center care is cost effective, with births at a birth center costing on average 21% less than births in a hospital. These facts, alongside the most recent recommendations from the Health Policy Commission for how the Commonwealth can improve maternal health outcomes and lower health care costs, point to the need to invest in birth centers, not close them. The impact that the North Shore Birth Center has had on the lives of the patients is equally profound. Hundreds of people have written into our campaign detailing their own birth experiences. One woman who birthed her baby in the tub at the birth center wrote, "I would describe my birthing experience at the center as peaceful, intimate, and empowering. It was everything I'd hoped my first birth experience would be." Rebecca wrote, "This is a time when women's bodily rights are being severely threatened. I am so grateful to have had the midwives at North Shore Birth Center help me feel empowered, even with a surprise induction at the hospital. Women deserve to make choices for themselves and have their desires respected when bringing life into this world. That's what the midwives do so well." Laura wrote, "My daughter was born at the hospital with North Shore Birth Center midwives. She was transferred to the NICU in Boston, but I received a check-in call from the North Shore Birth Center every day until she came home, 9 days later. I've never been treated so compassionately in medical care." And finally, Jill, who summarized her own experience with this statement, "However a birth goes, I think we all can agree. Women deserve choices." On May 11th, Beverly Hospital and Beth Israel Lahey Health announced plans to close this incredible resource. They provided only the minimum notice to patients as required by law. They did not consult with the community or engage external partners to explore alternatives to closure. The hospital has cited pandemic-related staffing shortages as the reason for closure. We believe this is a short-term problem that can be solved should the hospital choose to provide competitive wages and a positive work environment for certified nurse midwives. Our group has committed to supporting the hospital in identifying solutions by providing resources, suggesting qualified and experienced candidates, and offering access to national and local partners who have proven the feasibility of this model. We have asked the hospital to pause the regulatory process toward closure while it explores these options. The City of Beverly does not have regulatory authority over Beverly Hospital, but the hospital is an institutional member of our community with a responsibility to act in the community's best interest and in the interest of public health. They should be held to a high standard when it comes to engaging their community in decisions that will have detrimental impacts. They should be held accountable when they prioritize profits over birthing people and their families. Your voices as our elected officials matter. We believe there are 3 ways you can help. Call on Beverly Hospital and Beth Israel Lahey Health to make the socially responsible choice and reverse its decision to close the birth center. Ask your state partners, our legislators, the Department of Public Health, Governor Baker, and Secretary Sutters to intervene on behalf of our community and work with Beth Israel Lahey Health on an alternative solution that protects access to choice and reproductive care. And please do join us on Monday, June 13th from noon to 1 at Beverly Hospital for a community rally to save the North Shore Birth Center. Our voices are stronger together. The North Shore Birth Center is a community treasure. Families from across Massachusetts and New England have come here to our city to seek out its unique offerings for more than 42 years. It's a place where patients are respected and given a choice in their healthcare and birth options, and a place where miracles happen. We must save it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Glass. Thank you for your time and for being here. And I think it seems clear you have a few other supporters who have come along with you, and it's fun to see people in the seats as always. Such an important part is having citizen participation here in the chamber. So thank you to all of you who are here tonight, whether you're here to support a citizen speaker or you're here for a different issue. It's very important having you here and makes the process of government really work very well. Our third speaker is Mr. James Thompson. And so, Mr. Thompson, same as the previous 2 speakers, if you would start with your name and address for the record, even though I've given away your name, then you have up to 5 minutes to address the council.
Yes, so I'm Dr. James Thompson. I live at 845 Hale Street, which is, strangely enough, spitting distance to the other citizen speakers. So Ward 6 showing some activism tonight. And I'm here to read the land acknowledgement. As we gather here in this place, we acknowledge and honor the original indigenous inhabitants of this land, the Naumkeag and Pawtucket bands of the Massachusetts tribal nation, which continues today through the membership of the Massachusetts tribe. We acknowledge their ancestral and continued connection to the land. We also recognize our obligations to this land to better environmental care and stewardship, to which the indigenous people who care for it have long called on us. As we work towards diversity, equity, and inclusion, we acknowledge the importance of lifting up and inviting in many voices, including those of indigenous people, and of including those voices and perspectives in our discourse, in our decision-making, and in our actions. Thank you, and happy Pride.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. And thank you to all three of our citizen speakers who have also brought us right up to the time of our first public hearing, but not over. So I appreciate all of you staying within your time. And thank you again for being here. To citizen speakers and anyone else who may not be here for a public hearing, feel free to get up and leave at any time. You don't have to feel like you're stuck with us, but of course you're welcome to stay as long as you'd like. Members of the public who would like to speak in any of our public hearings, there are sheets of paper in front of us on this desk. You can get up at any time as well and add your name to the list to speak in the public hearings, the first three public hearings, which are still open for public comment. And with that, I will open our 7:15 posted public hearing on Order 154. Ms. Kent.
Order number 154, order that the City Council of the City of Beverly hold a public hearing on Monday, June 6, 2022 at 7:15 p.m. at 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers, live stream on BevCam relative to the petition from National Grid for Plan 305-28185 Dodge Street. And this is published on May 20th.
Thank you very much. And I see that our National Grid representative, Sabita Mahabir, is here with us. Ms. Mahabir, would you want to come to the podium and give us any information about this plan?
Sabita Mahabir, representing National Grid, 44 River Street, Beverly, Massachusetts. This is to provide service to one of the buildings at 107 Dodge Street.
Thank you very much. Councilors, are there questions on this plan? Are there members of the public who wish to speak on this public hearing? All right, seeing none, I will close this public hearing. We'll refer this matter to the Subcommittee on Public Services to take action later this evening. And Ms. Mahabir, you are welcome to stay, but this is a particularly lengthy agenda, so if you don't end up staying all the way through subcommittee, Ms. Kent can also update you on what happens in the subcommittee. We have a few minutes before our next posted public hearing begins. I guess literally a few, two. But I would move us to acceptance of minutes of previous meetings, see if we can get that done. We have 5 sets of meeting minutes to accept. The Committee on Legal Affairs meeting from May 12th, 2022, a special City Council meeting from May 16th, 2022, our regular City Council meeting from May 16th, 2022, special City Council meeting from May 23rd, 2022, and special City Council meeting May 26th, 2022. I would entertain a motion to approve all 5 sets of meeting minutes.
Moved. Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0, and those are approved. Ms. Kent, we do have time to go get started on communications from His Honor the Mayor.
Order number 157, Dear Honorable City Council, I am pleased to inform you that the City of Beverly has been awarded a $64,695 grant from the Mass Department of Transportation Aeronautics for the Beverly Regional Airport Storm Water Pollution and Prevention Plan and Spill Prevention Control and Countermeasure Plans for Environmental Compliance as required by the Federal Aviation Administration. The required match funding for this grant will require a transfer from the Airport Enterprise Fund in the amount of $3,405. This transfer request will necessitate a public hearing prior to any final action by the City Council. Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A requires both City Council and Mayor approval before any grant, earmark, donation, or gift to the city can be expended for their prescribed purpose. I therefore request the City Council approve this grant by acting on your matter on June 6, 2022. Thank you. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Kent. We'll refer that to the Subcommittee on Finance and Property to set that public hearing. I think we have time probably for one more. Let's go to Order 158.
Order 158, Dear Honorable City Council, as we approach the end of fiscal year 2022, it is necessary to realign some funding within our operating budget to properly account for costs through June 30th. As you are aware, any interdepartmental transfers require approval of the City Council, and I ask for your you to consider the attached transfer request at the next scheduled city council meeting. The accompanying worksheet shows the requested transfers. This request will require a public hearing prior to any action by the city council. Proper advertisement of a minimum of 7 days prior to the public hearing will be necessary. Please initiate action regarding this request at your upcoming city council meeting. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Kent. We'll also refer that to the Subcommittee on Finance and Property to set that public hearing. And that brings us right to 7:20. So I'll open our 7:20 public hearing on order number 129.
Order number 129, City of Beverly ordered that the City Council of the City of Beverly hold a public hearing on Monday, June 6, 2022 at 7:20 p.m. at 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers, live on webcam relative to the proposed ordinance to amend salaries of elected officials. This was published on May 20th.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kent. And so just a reminder, members of the public, if you would like to sign up to speak in any of these hearings, come up at any time, even as we're moving through. And this, you're looking for the public hearing on order 129 will be the label at the top. Councilor Rotundo, you had originally submitted this ordinance and asked for the public hearing. Would you like to begin us by saying anything about it?
Yes, thanks, Madam President. So this was something that was actually proposed from the Collins Center 2 years ago. At the time, it was right at the beginning of the COVID. We weren't quite sure where we were financially going to be. I know there was concerns amongst the councils ourselves when we talked about this. One of the things was, was there enough funding to do it? Was it justifiable? 2 years later, we've seen financially where the city's standing better. I have been working with the budget analyst, Mr. Perry, which I hope to have come up after with me, to really readdress this, to reintroduce this. It is a time, it's been, I think 2 years ago, it's 25 years ago, it's now 27 years ago since salary increases for the city councilors anyways. I know the mayor currently, I think, in my opinion, we need to take the personality out of the position and really look at the position itself. So with that said, I'm hoping that there'll be consideration with the council to to increasing the salaries of the school committee, city council, and as well as the mayor. And I do ask if Mr. Perry afterwards would be able to address it as well. He's helping to try to take the political aspect out of it as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Rotundo. Mr. Perry, yes, would you mind coming to the podium and giving us some thoughts or update on this matter?
Sure. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Madam President. So some commentary, if I may, and then my recommendations to the committee. I did work with Councilor Rotundo quite a bit on this. He asked me about 2 or 3 months to take a look at this again. So some quick history. Back in November 2020, the Collins Center was engaged by City of Beverly to take a review of the salaries of elected officials, specifically the mayor, the city council, and the school committee. A report was made, recommendations were made to increase the salaries across the board. And as Councilor Rotundo correctly indicated, the committee voted against it. I think a lot of it had to do with the COVID issues at that time. We weren't aware of what was happening, and certainly we all understood the issues associated therein. We are now 2 years forward. One of the reasons we take this conversation up is in non-elected election years. That's our charter requires that. If you're going to do this, you have to do it in the year where there's no election every 2 years. So we're in that year. We have from pretty much January till December to have this conversation, so the councilor rightfully brought this up here. So the Collins Center, back 2 years ago, back in November of 2020, recommended an increase to, I think it was $135,000 for the mayor. They recommended increases to the city council. Councilor Rotundo is 100% correct. It has been, I think, 27 years since the city council has seen a cost of living adjustment in 27 years. That is absolutely unacceptable. I don't know how anyone could even remotely justify not adjusting any entity for 27 years. And I understand the politics of this. It's extremely difficult for yourselves to give yourselves raises, if you will, and a lot, I'm sure there may be opposition to it tonight, who knows. But it's important that you all, and I know you understand this, but I'm saying this more for the public, that if you decide to vote for this, you're not voting it for yourselves. This will not become into effect until January 1st, 2024. It is a conflict of interest for you to vote salaries for yourselves under Chapter 268A of the general laws. So all you can do, if you decide to do this, is to vote for this pretty much a little over a year and a half from now with a newly elected city council, a new mayor, and new school committee members. Now, obviously, I'm sure some of you will be back, and the school committee and even the mayors possibly could come back. We don't know that. But you're voting for newly elected officials, and it's important you understand that, and it's important that the public be aware of that as well. When the Collins Center did their study 2 years ago, and keep this in mind, that was 2 years ago, we're into today, and we're almost 2 years in advance. This is going to be a 4-year gap of information when we discuss this. But we found, the Collins Center found that the mayor of the city of Beverly was below the median average of surrounding mayors in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. We found that the councilors and the council president were below the median salary for surrounding communities. And the school committee was also below the median salary for surrounding communities. This report has been forwarded to you. Certainly, I'm sure you've seen that, but keep in mind, now we're going forward 2 years in advance, or at least till January 1 of 2024, and the salaries are just absolutely far behind what we're seeing in peer groups, and it is my opinion as your budget and management analyst, the City Council has a responsibility, in my view, to protect the institutions of these entities, the mayor, the City Council, and the school committee. And as such, as Councilor Rotundo, I think, again, correctly articulated, you're trying to protect institutions. If there's an elected official who doesn't want to take the salary or wants to take a reduction, I can assure you arrangements could be made with the payroll department to take care of that if you individually don't want to do it. But I think if you decide to take this vote, or however you want to do this vote, you look at it institutionally and not as individuals who hold these positions. So, the Councilor Rotundo has suggested the following proposals that effective January 1st, 2024, that the mayor's salary, which is currently $120,000, go up to $145,000. And in my view, that's on the low end of the spectrum. I mean, I will say to you now, in terms of some of these other ones here, I just did some analysis that the Social Security is going to do a potential cost of living adjustment of 8.8% in this current year, it looks like. So by 2024, this could be even out of whack by then. So I know that the council and I had conversations, what was politically palatable and what could be made. But the bottom line, the mayor, even at 145, will be below his peers in the surrounding communities. But that is what the council has certainly proposed. With regard to the council president, that position now pays $12,333. It has been recommended to go up to $15,000, or an increase of $2,667 a year. For council members, you're currently being paid $11,733, and it's suggested to go up to $14,000, or an increase of $2,267. With regard to the school committee currently is paid roughly half of what you all made. Councilor Rotundo thinks it should be a little bit higher than that. So the school committee, he is suggesting, currently the school committee president is at $6,167. He is suggesting $9,000, or $2,833 increase. And the committee members are currently receiving $5,867. He is suggesting $8,000 for a $2,133 increase. So there are three orders before you. We have to change city ordinances to do this. And the first two basically deal with the salaries. The third one, which doesn't really get a lot of play, but I'm going to talk about it briefly here, is to try to correct systemically the problem of going 27 years without addressing this. That is ludicrous. It's just not good policy. It's not good public administration. And as such, the third ordinance, basically, we tried to find a factor using the Collins Center report and tweaking a little bit with Councilor Rotundo to find a methodology where we could do the best we could from an independent perspective to come before the City Council every 2 years with some sort of a recommendation. And Councilor Rotundo kind of plagiarized, if you will, the recommendations of the Collins Center, and he has suggested that the person who happens to be in the budget analyst position, which is, for the time being anyways, is me, would come every 2 years before you, and it would be required that the budget analyst would come before with a recommendation based upon data analytics or whatever the case may be to determine whether you should increase salaries every 2 years, moving forward into the next elections new season here. You would not, under this ordinance, be required to adopt it. You're not required to do it, but the budget analyst would have to come forward with a recommendation. You can accept it, reject it, modify it, do what you want, but the goal here is to at least discuss it, and I think that's the appropriate suggestion. So with that, I would certainly suggest you strongly, I would recommend it, strongly you should at least consider that and go from there. So there are three ordinances with you. I can go on and on this. The bottom line of this, Madam President and members of the council, is my recommendation you do this. I recommended this 2 years ago. This is the right thing to do for the city. It's the right thing to do to the taxpayers. In the first fiscal year of FY24, it's going to cost the city $35,000. It's not a lot of money, and in a full fiscal year, it's approximately $70,000 if you adopt Councilor Rotundo's recommendation in his letter. So we are, as you heard from my opening presentation of the budget last week, we are a $170 million a year operation when you include enterprise funds, and as such, $70,000 is a nominal dollar amount. It is not going to have any impact on the budget whatsoever. You can easily afford this. This is a question of policy. What is the right thing to do for the city? And as your budget and, quite frankly, somewhat your management analyst, it is my strong recommendation you adopt the proposals as suggested by Councilor Rotundo. I'll also add that the city solicitor and I worked on this. She vetted this, so it certainly has, from a legal perspective, her approval, not from a policy, that's up to all of you, but it has been vetted. We are both confident, should you pass these three ordinances, that the Attorney General will approve them as is if you pass them as is. Madam President, that concludes my commentary. Again, I close with my recommendations. I think it should be adopted, and I'm more than happy, Madam President, to answer any questions you or your colleagues may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perry. And I do know we also have one member of the public signed up for this one, but I'll just check to see if councilors have any questions initially for Mr. Perry on this topic. Okay.
Thank you.
With that, thank you, Mr. Perry, and we may call you back up. Mr. Rich Tabbitt is our citizen who signed up to speak on this public hearing, although if anyone should decide they wish to speak after Mr. Tabbitt, you can still come up. Mr. Tabbitt, for public hearings, we try to hold speakers to about 3 minutes each, so Councilor Rotundo has agreed to also time you with his groovy tunes.
I'll make 3 minutes.
And if you wouldn't mind just beginning with your name and address for the record.
Richard Tabbitt, 57 Sonning Road, Beverly, Mass. As all of you know, I ran for city council at large. I spent $2,000, $3,000 of my own money to run. I think that we have a wonderful city council. I totally agree with the recommendations of the city budget director. I know you personally, you're the people of the highest integrity I know, and I think there should be no question whatsoever you deserve a raise. And I think that the city of Beverly is very lucky to have you. I know I've met many of you on the campaign trail last year. I was wearing my boot. And I just think that we have a very outstanding city council, and I think we actually deserve to give you a round of applause for all city councilors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tabbitt. Are there other members of the public who would like to speak in this public hearing on order number 129? Ms. Visnick. Please, if you would, name and address for the record. And then you have up to 3 minutes or till the groovy tunes play.
I almost want to go over just so
Just
I
to
can
hear the song, I know.
She stops. I love you, Todd. Lorinda Visnick, 39 Middlebury Lane. Although I agree with 99% of what Mr. Tabbitt just said, you guys are wonderful. I appreciate the fact that you serve our city. I don't believe any of the elected officials serve to make money. We serve in order to serve. And from my point of view as a taxpayer, I've stood at this podium many a times and all but begged you to serve some of our more vulnerable people in our city. And so $70,000 and a $170 million budget is quote unquote a drop in the hat, but it's a teacher. It's a counselor for a warming center that we don't have for our homeless. It's a ton of meals for those who can't afford to eat right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Visnick. Other members of the public who would like to speak on order 129? Counselors, before we close this public hearing, any last questions or comments? Counselor Bowen.
Thank you. Just a brief one. I appreciate Councilor Rotundo bringing this back, and I watched the public hearing 2 years ago when it was discussed, and found the consensus building that it was time, but that it also wasn't exactly the right time because of the city's precarious financial situation in COVID that has turned out to be all right from a city finances perspective. I take Ms. Visnick's point to heart that though the city's finances are in pretty good shape at the moment, the city is still suffering, and so any decisions we make about how we spend public funds are critical. To me, what makes me support the plan overall, and happy to talk about the specific figures, but support the direction, is that though none of us serve for the money, there are people not serving because of the money, who can't afford childcare to be here, who can't afford to not have a second job to be here. And we want those people to be able to run for office as well, or when people in those situations run for office, to not suffer additionally for it. So to me, that's also, that may not be the dividing line. I think on the mayor's salary, it's closer, but for the city council and for the school committee, I think there are additional people who might be able to serve if we made it a little easier to serve. So for me, that's a deciding point.
Thank you, Councilor Bowen. Councilor Feldman.
Yes, thank you. I've thought a lot about this order and this recommendation since it came before us 2 years ago. And I echo a lot of what Councilor Bowen has said in terms of the money almost, for what we do, the money is almost like there's kind of no amount that we could really afford to make this the almost full-time second job that a lot of us have. That being said, the only way we can swing it really is if somebody in a household takes some type of financial hit to squeeze it into their working job. And in terms of attracting and retaining top talent, it is the best practice of every business, every successful business across the board, to make sure that there are adjustments based on cost of living and the times we live in. And I know that is a factor for me because a lot of people that are qualified and would be a real asset to the city, and I would love to see step up and run, would look at what's currently there and think it's not worth it. I mean, and to the point of being uncomfortable about voting for something that is personally possibly affecting myself, or any of us up here serving. I think there'll never be a time that there won't be a completely new city council or elected administration where some people won't be affected by those changes. And I mean, I personally am happy if it moves the ball forward and makes a better difference for the city in terms of how the city attracts and retains top talent and encourages people to run. I'm more than happy to continue on should I choose to decide to run again and continue serving, to stay where I'm at, just to stay true to my word that I am not doing this for the money, but I would like to see our city progress in terms of as the budget analyst, as Mr. Perry has said, 27 years is just too long to not look at the adjustment for the work that's done for the city of Beverly. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Councilor Feldman. I'm going to go to Councilor St. Hilaire, and we have about a minute, so if you are still going, I'll just pause you, open the next one.
I'll try to be brief. I would just say, I believe, this is an issue that's come up over the years, and for me, I believe our elected officials are paid fair and appropriately, and despite what Mr. Perry's analysis shows, based on the experience I've seen, I think it is in line with other communities. Selectmen don't get paid in many communities. I mean, there's lots of elected officials that serve at very low rates, and every single one of us has budget priorities. Despite the fact that we have a $150 million budget, we still see needs in youth services, roads and sidewalks. We'd love to give money back to the taxpayers.
This is a statement of our values and the fact that we're spending money talking about elected official pay. And despite, I agree with some of what Councilor Feldman said, but in terms of the idea that this job isn't worth it, I mean, the idea that compensation is purely monetary, I think is also, for me, I would challenge that notion. I think, for me, this is well worth the effort, and whether it's a couple $1,000s more, I don't think to me would make the difference about whether to run or not. And I know that may not be for everybody, but just for a point of context, last time I looked, median household income in Beverly was $80,000. So $120,000 mayor's job, that's a good job for a lot of people, and I think it is fair and appropriate. So, I agree with my colleague in Ward 6, Ms. Visnick, that we should leave it as is.
Thank you, Councilor St. Hilaire. I know Councilor Houseman also had his hand raised, but we're at 7:40, so I'd like to entertain a motion to pause this public hearing and recess it to 7:41.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. I'm going to recess this public hearing to 7:41 so I can open the 7:40 public hearing on Order 138.
Order number 138, City of Beverly, order that the City Council of the City of Beverly hold a public hearing on Monday, June 6, 2022 at 7:40 p.m. at 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers, live on BevCam relative to the transfer of $208,760 from the Water Enterprise Fund to cover project costs associated with the Stanley Street water main work. And this was in the news on May 20th.
Thank you, Ms. Kent. I would entertain a motion to recess this public hearing on Order 138 to 7:45.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. We'll recess that public hearing to 7:45. Remind members of the public who want to speak on Order 138, you can come up and sign up at any time. And reopen our recess to 7:41 public hearing on Order 129 and pick up with Councilor Houseman, please.
Thank you, Council President. Yeah, this is obviously a very interesting conversation, delicate conversation. I will say that when this first came up, Councilor Silva was sitting in this seat. He argued in particular for the mayor's salary to go up. At that time, actually, it was the result of that initiative that gave us the current sort of staggered increases that the mayor has on this schedule. At that time, I voted to reduce what was proposed to what is here because I thought it was too high. And 2 years ago, when this question came up during COVID, I made the statement that, in my opinion, no one runs for this position for the money. I still maintain that is the case. Having said that, though, well, and also one other thing, I think it will always be the case, that what school committee member Visnick said and what my colleague, Councilor St. Hilaire said, will be true. That will always be the status quo. Having said that, I do take the point that Councilor Bowen and Councilor Feldman made, and what our budget analyst made, which is we should be thinking about this from an institutional point of view, as well as the factors that were raised by Ms. Visnick and Councilor St. Hilaire. I do think that there is an appropriate time for raises to be made. I will not speak to those for city councilor. I'm content with where I'm at, although institutionally I certainly take the point that Councilor Bowen made, I think very well, that there may be certain people who are precluded from running because this is a time-intensive job, as all of us who do the work know. And so for some people it may preclude, the lower amount may preclude them from running. And I think that's a reasonable factor to take into account. The one thing that I will say that may surprise some of my colleagues is that I think that the proposal for the mayor's salary here is too low. I think the salary for the mayor should be closer to $160,000. I think that when you consider what a chief executive who manages an entity with a budget of $170 million, who has a 24/7 job, that if we want to attract the best talent, the best people from the private sector, that even what is being proposed as an increase would not accomplish, most likely, that end. Now, there's no guarantee that that higher salary that I'm talking about would actually make the difference either, I suppose. But I do think that if what we're trying to do is to make that position in the office of the mayor, not a mayor, not the serving mayor, not past mayors, but the office of mayor, that a higher salary than what is proposed here should be discussed and seriously considered by the council. Also, one other point, I do think there should be closer parity between whatever we end up with on salaries for city councilors, whether they remain the same or are increased. There should be greater parity between the work of the city councilors and the school committee members. I have long felt that school committee members really do put in a substantial amount of time comparable to what the city councilors do, and that there ought to be a greater parity there. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Councillor Houseman. I know Councillor Ram was waiting. We are at 7:45, so I'm going to pause this public hearing and reopen our recessed public hearing on Order 138, simply to ask you for a motion to recess it to 7:50.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. So we'll recess our public hearing on Order 138 to 7:50, and resume our public hearing on Order 129, and endeavor to use our next 5 minutes wisely. Councillor Rand.
No pressure, thank you. And actually, Councillor Houseman set me up nicely for my question. And also, just to agree with the comment that I do believe that the school committee should be compensated similarly to how the city council is compensated. But my question is that it was my understanding that by ordinance or charter or both, that the school committee had to make a certain percentage of what the city council made. So I'd love some clarity around that, because I think 2 years ago I asked about splitting it, and that did not seem like an option at that time.
Councillor Rand.
I
Mr.
can
Perry.
quickly, currently under the ordinance, I think they are paid by half of what the city councils have, council president and the councils, they're paid half. That's just the city ordinance. There's no charter provision, there's no state law. You have the option to change this any way if you want. If you and Councilor Houseman want to, amend the proposal by Councilor Rotundo, you could make it even, Steve. You could do anything you want is what I'm getting at. But currently it's by half, but you have the ability to change it in whatever policy manner you wish to do so.
Thank you. I am interested in that, and also, for some of the reasons that have already been discussed, not as interested in raising either the mayor's salary or the council's salaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rand. Councillor Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have a quick question for Mr. Perry before making some comments on this. Mr. Perry, if the council were to split essentially the provision to allow the budget analyst to propose every 2 years whether to alter their salaries with the proposals that Councilor Rotundo has outlined here, the $145,000 for mayor and the increase for council and school committee, is there a way that we could pass one and not the other if that's ultimately the will of the council?
Yes, there are 3 orders before you. The first 2 orders, the first one deals with the council and council president. I think the second one was the mayor and the school committee. And then the third one is the ordinance to require the budget analyst to come forward for you. You can do 1, you can do 2, you can do 3, you can do any one of them. You have all kinds of flexibility to go in whatever manner you want to do. This is only an ordinance, so I think basically you can do whatever you want to do. You can raise the salary of the mayor. You could eliminate the salary of the city council. You could do anything you want tonight as long as you get, 5 people to vote along with you. So yes, you can do pretty much what you want. This is nothing but a city ordinance.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Perry. And I ask just to emphasize, I believe that specific provision is the most important, given that it has been 27 years since any adjustment to the council of the salary of the councilors and the school committee has been enacted. So I think certainly we need to codify a regular review of these salaries. And while the point that Councilor St. Hilaire made is well taken, that, I as well did not run for the money, and I don't think any of us did. Certainly, I think Councilor Bowen made some very good points about the importance of part-time salaries for elected officials. that may be overlooked, but to the point that Councilor Houseman made about the salary of the mayor, which I think is most crucial to get right, given that it's a full-time position. All of us have other jobs. The mayor dedicates his or her full-time attention to the position. I think it's very important that we keep the salary in line with other communities. And after researching briefly the salaries of the chief executive officers in the 4 other communities that compose our state Senate district, Beverly's mayoral salary currently at $120,000 is the lowest, and that's lower than Salem's mayor, lower than Peabody's mayor. Then obviously it's a different comparison, apples to oranges, with town administrators, but that's lower than the town manager of Danvers and the town administrator of Topsfield. And so, given that we're considering potentially on the charter review increasing the term of the mayor to 4 years, with one of the primary reasons being to attract quality candidates to the position, I view this proposal similarly in that we want to make sure that the best people in our city are taking the time. You know, it is quite time intensive to run for mayor. And I think we haven't had as much competition in mayoral races in recent years, and this could potentially be a way to ensure that in a city of 45,000 people, that the best candidates step forward, primarily out of a desire to serve, but also that the financial compensation is there as well. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor Sweeney. Councilor St. Hilaire, I saw your hand. I'm going to pause this for 1 second because we're at 7:50. Reopen our posted public hearing on Order 138 and entertain a motion to recess it to 7:55.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. I will reopen the public hearing on Order 129. Councilor St. Hilaire.
I just wanted to make the point, I heard Councilor Sweeney bring up the comparison to other communities, and in the past, there's been an effort to compare us to towns like Danvers that have a town manager or town administrator, and I just wanted to point out, I view those as very different positions. Those are very, sort of, not that the mayor's not professional, but there's almost a cottage industry of candidates who apply to these jobs. There's job descriptions, qualifications, advanced schooling is required in a lot of cases, and the only requirement to be mayor is that you get 100 signatures on your nomination papers and in the majority of the vote of the citizens of Beverly. So it is a different type of role, and I would just point that out for councilors as they consider comparisons to other communities.
Thank you very much, Councilor St. Hilaire. I am going to close our public hearing on Order 129. This is a little unusual. Ms. Kent reminds me this is an ordinance change, so it will be referred back to Legal Affairs. That subcommittee can act on that tonight in terms of voting it back out. If it is voted out to the full council, however, because it's an ordinance change, we actually cannot vote on it tonight because ordinance changes require more than one reading before final passage. So this is a little unusual. Councilor Rotundo had asked for a public hearing on this ordinance change in the interest of transparency and opening up for public conversation. So I think this has been a good opportunity for that, but just wanted to remind my fellow councilors that we actually will not vote on this for final passage this evening. So I'm going to close our public hearing on Order 129, refer it back to the Subcommittee on Legal Affairs. And Ms. Kent, we have 2 minutes if you'd like to read another of the communications from His Honor the Mayor, starting at Order 159.
Order number 159, Dear Honorable City Council, I am pleased to inform you that the City of Beverly has been awarded a $3,000 donation from Bill Skillman of Bellico Medical, Inc. The Beverly Fire Department will be using this funding to purchase a defibrillator. Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A requires both City Council, Mayor approval before any grant, earmark, donation, or gift to the city can be expended for their prescribed purpose. I therefore request the City Council approve this donation at your upcoming meeting on Monday, June 6, 2022. Thank you. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Subcommittee on Finance and Property. How fast can you read Order 160?
Order number 160. Dear Honorable City Council, I am pleased to inform you that the City of Beverly has received a $50,000 donation as a mitigation payment from Cummings Center Property LLC, which will be used to maintain and improve the walking trails in the Norwood Pond Recreation Area as described below. This donation is made as means of mitigation for improvements performed on the Dunham Road site, persistent to an order of conditions issued by the Conservation Commission for the construction of the 51 Dunham building, which has a special condition. Number 10, the applicant shall pay $50,000 to City of Beverly, which sum shall be used to maintain the walking trail and/or to make improvements to the Norwood Pond Recreation Area that the city and its sole discretion deems necessary. Said payment shall be made within 30 days after issuance of certificate of occupancy for the building. Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A requires both city council and mayor approval for any grant, earmark, donation, or gifts to the city can be expended for their prescribed purpose. I therefore request the city council approve this donation by taking action on this matter at your upcoming meeting. Thank you. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Please refer that to the Subcommittee on Finance and Property. And that was right to 7:55. Nicely done, Ms. Kent. That wasn't a short order either.
With a mint in my mouth.
I will open our public hearing now on Order 138 that we had recessed to 7:55. Ms. Kent, would you read this order?
Didn't I already read?
Probably, yes, because I already opened this hearing. I apologize.
Yep.
Sorry. With that, Mr. Ailes, who was already aware that Ms. Kent had read this order, is already at the podium. So, Mr. Ailes, would you please go ahead?
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Madam President. Before you this evening, we have a request to make a transfer from the Water Enterprise Fund to an existing capital project fund. Back in 2015, the then City Council approved a loan order for $800,000 to do work in and around Stanley Street area over by 128. It was to do some water work. And as a result of that authorization, we began the engineering component and began the concept of replacing a lot of the water mains there. There was some private development in the area that delayed some of the work because we didn't want to do all the work, repave the road, and then just to have it ripped up again. So most of the work has taken place over the last 2+ years. And at this point, we have spent, of the loan authorization of $800,000, we've spent $355,000. And because we've only spent the $355,000, we've chosen not to borrow because borrowing costs can be expensive, and that's really the only outstanding debt we have in the city right now that isn't already set up in municipal bonds. So we have, over time, been paying cash from the water fund, as approved in the budget, into this fund to keep the deficit balance down. Right now, we have closed up that phase of the project, and there remains about $200,000, actually this amount, $208,760, in an outstanding balance that we're looking to transfer from the fund balance in there to close out this phase of the project. We weren't able to do the full scope of the project, so it is anticipated that at some time we will be coming back before the council to authorize a next phase of the project, which would be getting the water main either under or over 128, which is a significantly larger project in scope. This transfer, it's important for you to understand what the fund balance is at this point in time. So as of June 30th, 2021, the Division of Local Services certified a fund balance of just under $1.1 million. This transfer of $208,760, along with the FY23 budget proposal, which you have before you as well, is requesting that $600,000 of that fund balance be transferred into the operating budget in FY23 to keep the water rates from spiking too high. So it's an effort to keep the water rates down. Now, keep in mind the balance in this fund is ratepayers' money. It's separate from the general fund. It has accumulated over time due to the payment of utility bills and water bills. So it is an appropriate use of the funds. When the $600,000, if it's approved, is transferred, along with if this is approved at $208,760, that will leave just about $287,000 left in the fund balance. Now, before we put this request before you, we did an analysis of the FY22 budget situation, because just like free cash, whether there are positive and negative variance and expenditure revenues throughout the budget year, that will contribute back to, add to, or take away from the existing fund balance. And we wanted to make sure that the variances would be replenishing that fund balance to a reasonable level. And so as of this morning, I even redid the estimated budget for FY22, and it's reasonable to expect that we'll replenish it by $400,000 to $500,000. So that $287,000 likely will go up to around $700,000 to $800,000 at the close of the fiscal year when it gets recertified next year. The other component you need to keep in mind is, because it's a deficit balance, it is water related. So when we do the balance sheet at the end of the year, we will very likely be pushing this particular deficit balance into the water fund, and it will reduce the fund balance. So effectively, by transferring this money from the fund balance into the deficit, it effectively is a wash. It's just an accounting entry to take it from the existing fund balance and putting into the deficit so that the deficit doesn't exist to reduce the fund balance when it gets certified. Similar to what we're requesting related to free cash this year and at the end of last year. So I'll stop there. I know Mr. Perry has some comments because we've gone back and forth quite a bit on this regarding the fund balance, and we want to make sure that you're well aware of all the risks that are associated with this and the situation so that you make appropriate decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Ailes. It is 8 o'clock, so I'm going to pause this public hearing so that I can open our posted 8 p.m. public hearing on order number 65. Is that right? Councilor Husman, you were looking at me like I was suddenly like, am I saying something
with
wrong?
admiration your deft rearranging of the schedule.
I honestly thought, I think I'm saying something that doesn't make sense. Okay, thank you. I would like to see if we can try to move through this public hearing on order 138. I also don't want to keep residents who are here or other folks who are here for the National Grid one too long, so I will enter in a motion to recess our public hearing on order 65 to 8:15, and if we can't get it done by then, we'll move the water transfer to the conclusion of the National Grid time. Is there a motion to recess it to 8:15?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. So we will recess our 8 o'clock public hearing to 8:15, and we will resume our hearing on 138. And Mr. Perry, I think Mr. Ailes had teed up you.
Thank you, Madam President. Couple additional comments to the finance directors. First, the state regulations on balance sheets indicate that if there's a deficit on the books, that they're going to reduce the fund balance each and every year. So it is extremely, I totally support, and I've had numerous conversations with our finance director on this and other issues. As he correctly indicated, you're going to see on the free cash about $155,000 in deficits. We need to clean those up. So I strongly support we do this, and I also, when the free cash thing comes in a couple of weeks, I will be supporting that as well. That said, there's a couple of issues here, though. For you veterans who were here last year, you heard me talk a little bit about my concerns of the water fund. I did an analysis here. I showed it to the finance director just so we're clear. The retained earnings over the last 4 years started back in FY19 was $1.8 million and change. In FY20, it dropped to $1.4 million and change. In FY21, it went down to $1.1 million. And in an FY22, the most recent one, as Mr. Ailes correctly indicated, it was $1,096,000 and change. So what we're seeing over the last 4 years is the fund balance is eroding. We're not in trouble yet, but my job is to worry about this stuff. My job is to watch what the administration does and to report to you accordingly here. So I am still concerned about the fund balance of the water rate. We may have to consider a higher water rate next year. We may have to cut the budget more. Or we may have to consider some sort of a general fund subsidy into the account to protect it. Because I further bring to your attention, last year, we transferred $900,000 of retained earnings to offset the water rates. This year, we're dropping it down to $600,000. So what you're seeing is it's creeping down. And my recommendation to you is to approve this with the understanding that we have to really monitor this. So what I plan on doing on your behalf is next roughly November, when the balance sheet is completed, I'll be able to review it. I always report that stuff to all of you. And as such, if we're seeing a continual erosion, then we have to have a pretty more difficult conversation about how we're handling that water fund. Do we have to raise the rates higher? Do we have to cut budgets? I don't know the answers to all that, but the bottom line to it is this is how we're not in trouble. We're not going to get in trouble because we're all over this, but this is how things happen if it's not attended to, it's not monitored, and it's not watched. It is being watched. So, bottom line to it is, I recommend you do this. We don't want to reduce the fund balance because of this deficit in next year's balance sheet, and we will continue to monitor this moving forward. And I just want you to be aware of the historical trends and how I'm seeing the fund balance here. And I'm more than happy, Madam President, to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perry. I just wanted to mention if there are members of the public, no one has yet, but anyone who may wish to speak on this public hearing, Order 138, you can still sign up and do that. And Councilor Rotundo, I see your hand.
Thank you, Madam President. Quickly, you're speaking of two different things. Right now, what's in front of us is really infrastructure payments for a loan authorization that never really came to fruition.
Right.
Instead of bonding or borrowing the money, we're going to take it from a transfer from the current retaining fund to pay for that.
Correct.
But what you're speaking to right now of is the continual drawdown of the fund, which we're getting to danger zone, so to speak.
I don't want to say danger, concern zone, let's call it, okay?
Concern zone, however.
You know, I don't want to overreact here.
Right, no, but what I'm saying is we're seeing it slowly being depleted, and it will get replenished next year, but instead of being the 1.1, it's now going to be more like 800,000.
We'll see. You know, the finance director indicated he thought it'd get to around 800,000. If he's, and he usually is correct in these things, but that's a continual erosion. We would go from 1,096,000 and change down to 800,000. So it's that continuation going down. So we may have to have a conversation of raising the rates a little bit more next year to protect the fund balance, because if you only have 800,000 certified next November, when you do your budget a year from now, you're going to have less money to offset the rates of the water rates, and it gets, you know, you got to be careful in that stuff.
So sort of it's like a cash burn from a business perspective. It's what we're kind of really doing, is we're burning cash on this fund. And that's, I mean, I'm looking at it from a business perspective, but that's how I kind of.
Question is, should we raise the rates? We haven't really raised, the administration's done a pretty good job over the years of trying to keep it flat, and sometimes you have to raise the rates or cut spending, one or the other. Pretty hard to cut spending. I'm pretty familiar with that budget, and a lot of stuff has just got to get done. I don't know how you cut the rates, cut the spending, but we may have to have a difficult conversation next year on the water rates.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Councilor Rotundo. Councilor Houseman.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, this question I'm going to ask first to hear from Mr. Ailes and then to hear from Mr. Perry, but it's really the same question. I'm just interested to hear what kind of answers I get.
Go first?
No, I want Mr. Ailes to go first. Good evening, Mr. Ailes.
Good evening.
It sounds to me as though we have a structural financial rate that is wrong. That if we have a consistent drawdown, as Mr. Perry has said, that he poses it in the hypothetical, but I'm going to jump ahead and say it sounds to me like it's going to be inevitable that we're going to have to address a structurally wrong rate and increase the water rate. So my question to you is, one, do you agree? And two, if you don't agree, why? But if you do agree, how would you propose to approach that change? Can it be done in small increments over time, or would it need to be done in a sort of a larger increment to to remove the structural imbalance?
So certainly from a factual standpoint, most of what you said I would agree with. I don't feel that it's a structural imbalance because it's been intentional. And we, as a group, every year when we set the budget, have discussions around the rates and how to utilize the fund balances in all our enterprise funds to keep water and sewer rates fairly flat or within a reasonable increase. And you may recall, geez, it's probably 4 or 5 years ago now, when we certified fund balances at pretty significant levels. And the conversation at that time was maybe there's a little too much in the fund balances and we should be utilizing that kind of reserve, if you will, to bring rates down. And the council actually voted that year to bring rates down from what I believe the mayor recommended in the budget transfer. And it was an intentional drive towards utilizing the fund balance to keep rates low for ratepayers. And we've continued on that track. We heard the discussion. We agreed with the analysis. I think Mr. Perry was here at the time, and we collectively have gone this route. I think what Mr. Perry is saying, and I don't want to speak for him, but we've had this debate since we really realized we were going to put this before the council. I agree with his concerns. We collectively should be watching this and monitoring this. And next year, when the certified fund balance is lower than the 1.1, because it will be, that's the time where we begin to have questions about maybe we can't rely on the fund balance anymore to keep the rates as low, and you at that point will need to see an increase in rates beyond what may be projected otherwise. So it's a matter of, do you raise them now or do you raise them later, to some extent. And so over the past 3 to 4 budget cycles, we've collectively agreed to raise them later.
And through, to follow up, as we have, I remember the discussion about feeling like we had our retained earnings too large in the enterprise funds. As we have effectively drawn down on those balances, that has been done by a decrease in rates, correct?
It has been done by, yes, flattening out the rates so that the replenishment
would be less.
Would be less, right.
And that incremental decrease in rates has been, well, that decrease in rates has been incremental, and I guess I'm implying small changes, not any one large change. Is that correct?
I believe 1 year it took a pretty good dip, and then we've tried to maintain it at that lower level for 3 or 4 years now.
Okay, I want to be careful of the time, so I'd like to hear Mr. Perry's answer to the same question. Thank you.
So I agree with everything the finance director just indicated, but my job here is to prepare you for next year. I kind of tried to do a little bit last year. I see a few councilors nodding. You may have to prepare yourself to do a rate increase that's a little bit more than the city has seen over the last several years, given what's going on. I believe we're going to be in balance. We're not going to go into a deficit. That's important, and I would, I agree. I'm hopeful to see $700,000 or $800,000 of retained earnings approved around Thanksgiving time. But when we do the budget next year, I'm preparing you intellectually that this may go that direction. That's all I'm doing tonight. It's not danger. It's just bringing concern that I have. And these are the things you pay me for, to keep an eye on that stuff, so, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor St. Hilaire. Thank you, Councillor Houseman.
So I don't know that any of my colleagues would like to raise the water rates on our residents, and I guess what I'm hearing is that if we approve this, it sounds like there's a strong likelihood we're gonna have to do that next year. If we were to not approve this, what would be the alternative? How would you proceed financially?
That's a great question. One of my comments when I indicated, Councilor, was that if we don't approve this, it's going to reduce the fund balance next year. You're already going to be shooting yourself in the foot if you don't do it. We've got to do this, or otherwise you're going to reduce it and make the situation even worse. So, in other words, if the deficit is carried forward in the next fiscal year, then they're just going to reduce it, and we're getting it off the books this fiscal year. It will improve the fund balance by $208,000. It's an accounting journal entry is what this is. So don't lose sight of the deficit commentary here. We need to get this off the books this year, and the finance director correctly is coming again with $155,000 in a couple of weeks here to get other deficits off the books as well, because if we don't, we're going to reduce our fund balance in the general fund by $155,000. I strongly recommend we do this. The question I'm trying to bring to your attention is we're monitoring how things are progressing, and I'm trying to say there is a chance of a water rate increase next year. Bottom line to it, I'm urging you, you're hurting it, you're hurting the city, you're hurting the accounting if you don't approve this tonight, or at least by the end of the fiscal year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor St. Hilaire. Councillor Bone, I see your hand. Because we're tight on time, I am going to go to you, but just want to make sure if there is a member of the public who wanted to speak on Order 138, if we do end up having to recess it further, I don't want anyone to be waiting for this one. Any members of the public for 138? Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, and hopefully the 20-second version that I think it is wise to handle it this year. I would love to have a conversation at another point about the capital planning for this enterprise fund, because it seems like that's where this deficit, an infrastructure project is what caused this specific deficit that we're currently managing, which is a little different than sort of the regular flow of funds, that if not for this 200,000, we'd be replenishing, given our current water rates at the same level. So just would love to have that conversation, not tonight, but maybe when the capital plan is being developed for next year.
Thank
So
you.
that wasn't a question, just a comment. Thank you.
Comments are allowed.
If I could, Madam President, just quickly with 20 seconds left, I just want to say that this deficit wasn't created just out of the blue. And I know you know this. There was a loan authorization to spend up to $800,000, which is how the process typically works. We spent a fair amount of that, and now my advice to the council and to the mayor was, let's not go spend $100,000 to borrow $300,000. Let's pay the cash for it, and that's why we're getting this off the books. I just wanted to make that clear to the viewers at home. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ailes, thank you, councilors. And with that, we will close this public hearing on order number 138, refer that back to the Subcommittee on Finance and Property to be able to take action on that later this evening. And that brings us right to 8:15. So we will reopen the public hearing on order number 65. This is a public hearing that has been continued from our March 1st, April 4th, April 19th, May 16th, and May 23rd meetings. And so we will be picking up this public hearing. Ms. Kent, are you going to read this order?
Yeah.
Sure, thank you. Please.
Order number 65, order that the City Council of the City of Beverly hold a public hearing on Monday, or continue a public hearing, I guess, on Monday, June 6th at 8 p.m., 8:15 now, at 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers, live on BevCam, relative to the petition of New England Power Company for an electric transmission line franchise, AKA grant of location in accordance with General Law, Chapter 166, Section 2122. This was in the paper in March.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kent. So this public hearing is unlike the others in that it's been continued over the course of our time together, and so we are at a point where external comment is no longer being collected except by direct request by the City Council. And so this is a little bit different from the others that we've seen this evening. We're picking up continuation of work. And specifically this evening, one of the things that we wanted to take up was that at our last meeting, councilors, we had the opportunity to propose to our outside counsel, Mr. Ramiaris, who is here with us this evening. And I want to acknowledge also with us this evening from the city, our assistant solicitors, Beth Old-Mixon and Jesse Dole. Thank you both for being here with us. And of course, we continue to have residents who have been with us this entire time. And just want to say thank you to residents. I know it's not a small time commitment to continue to come to meetings and to be advocates and to be involved. So thank you for being here. And I know they're often late at night after you've already had your day. So thank you. So we had the opportunity to propose conditions for what a proposed approval of this grant of location might look like, with conditions to help prevent the public from being incommoded. Mr. Miaris and his team have presented us with a draft of what that looks like. That draft is available on the city website, where documents concerning this public hearing have been housed, thanks to our Constituent Services Director, Ronnie Jacobson. That is on the main page of the city website for anybody who might be at home wanting to view it, or folks who are here want to pull it up on their phone. But it is beverlymass.gov, and at the top there's a bar that tells you can click here to read more about the National Grid project, and the draft that the council has received is there and available for the public. What I would like to do this evening, councilors, is similar to how we worked through this topic last time. We went through and each councilor had an opportunity to make suggestions. Tonight I'd like to hear if there are feedback, thoughts, edits, amendments that each councilor wants to add, or any further commentary. And so I would just, doesn't have to go down the table this way, but every councilor having one opportunity to kind of offer your thoughts or edits. And I think, I don't want to speak for Mr. Miaris, but I feel like that would be a helpful way for him to be able to collect and collate any information. And Mr. Miaris, I don't know if there's anything you'd like to say before we jump in with the councilors at all.
No, I would like to hear what you have.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I will go right to councilors. Is there anyone who would like to offer? Councilor Houseman.
Sure, I'll jump right in. My first is a questioned to Mr. Moriarty through you, Council President. I did last week submit proposed changes to conditions number 24 and 25 in the draft, and I just want to confirm that he received those and had a chance to take a look at those. You did. And so, just taking these one by one for council's benefit, it's related to the trees, and there are really sort of two parts to this. My proposed amendments, one, as to condition 24, I had some extensive conversations with the city. I'm going to take this off for purposes of talking. Extensive conversations with the city arborist to sort of tweak my proposed language, which I initially had given. And I don't know if the rest of the council, I don't think the rest of the council has seen these. Is that correct? They were submitted to the city clerk, but and to Councilor Feldman as chair of the subcommittee.
I forwarded them.
They have been forwarded to the rest of the
Whatever
council?
what you gave me, I forwarded to the city council.
So if the rest of the council has had a chance to see them, basically it was tweaking the caliper size of the trees if there were any replacements. And the second piece of this related to condition 25 had to do with National Grid, consistent with its published policies on emissions and carbon capture. Proposes that National Grid, as part of this, makes an energy equity contribution to the city budget for tree planting in areas that the city has already designated as heat islands to help offset the emissions and carbon footprint of this project. So that's number one out of three things I want to discuss. And so my first question, I guess, is then to Mr. Attorney Moriarty about what his response is to these proposed changes, and if he finds them, from a legal point of view, acceptable, setting aside the policy question.
And so, Mr. Moriarty, if you would go either to the podium or to one of these microphones, just so that BevCam listeners can also hear your responses.
Okay, thank you. And good evening, we're getting there. So one of the changes that you proposed included, attempted to include trees that are located on private property and are not public shade trees. So for those of you who haven't delved into the intricacies of the public shade tree law, the public shade tree law defines public shade trees as any tree that is either in the right-of-way or is adjacent to the right-of-way. And what that has been interpreted to mean is that if it hangs over the public way in any way, over the right-of-way, then it's a public shade tree, and if it doesn't, it's not. So your proposal wants to sweep in trees that are within 5 feet.
If I may, basically,
okay.
It was an attempt, without being familiar with the public shade tree law, basically it was an attempt to do what you're kind of describing, which is sort of capturing those that are not necessarily technically within the right-of-way, but are nearby.
Hang over.
Yeah, okay.
So I would interpret the term public shade tree to already capture those trees.
Thank you.
So I think that particular piece of it is probably not needed. The rest of it, changing the caliper requirement, I believe your text at one place refers to the caliper at ground level and one at height level.
It does indeed.
And at breast level, and I don't know if that's intentional or.
It is.
Okay, well.
Doesn't have to be, but.
I didn't know why that is, but everybody needs to understand if you use a different term, it's assumed it means something different. So if you can explain to me what you're trying to get at, I can maybe tell you that it's okay or not.
Yeah, so it really came out of my conversations with the city arborist, basically, in terms of what he thought was appropriate in trying to address the size. So we changed the caliper from 6 inches, because he said that would be too large a root ball, down to, I think I said 4 inches. If a tree is removed, then, there would be a compensating smaller amount, additional trees of smaller caliper size.
Okay.
In terms, I guess I have to take a look at this for a moment. On the ground, I think the 12 caliperages at the base just is intended to make sure that we capture mature trees. So it's nothing, it's I wouldn't say it's arbitrary, but it is specifically different for a reason, to really capture the impact that would have on mature shade trees, public shade trees.
So it's the idea that mature trees kind of spread out at the bottom and
They're wider at the base than they are at chest height,
Okay.
typically.
Okay, as long as there's a rationale for it, then I don't have a problem with it. You learn something new at every meeting, don't you?
And then the other piece is the carbon offset contribution by National Grid, consistent with their stated policies online.
Okay, well, in general, I would say that we're supposed to be addressing ourselves to conditions that will make sure that the public is not incommoded in the use of the public way. So this might be a bit of a stretch. That said, I think maybe you might want to ask Mr. Riley if he has a problem with this condition.
Mr. Riley, I believe Mr. Maris has directed a question to you.
No, I suggested that you might want to ask.
Through you, Madam President. I agree with Attorney Miyares that this doesn't really belong as a condition here. We do have a group, I don't remember the name of the group in the company right now, that deals with these types of contributions, but it's not a project impact or mitigation type request, and I think it should be dealt with separately.
Through you, Madam President?
Yes,
But National Grid would be open to such a contribution even if it's not a condition. In other words, getting to the same end through a different vehicle?
Potentially. I can't speak to those decisions. I'm not part of that. The company does make contributions generally to different organizations, as you know. So a request could be made to that group and they would.
So I would request that your team make that request, because I don't know who that would be. If you want to provide me with that information or the council with that information, then we could do that. But I will say that I do think that this project will have an emissions and carbon footprint, and that it is consistent with National Grid's stated environmental policy to provide equity when it comes to these kinds of projects. So I think it's an entirely appropriate request, whether it strictly fits within Incommode or not. I do think it's consistent with National Grid's policy, which I'd like to see some consistency in that respect. My second piece has to do with, I'm sorry?
I was letting Mr. Riley know he could sit down.
I did try to reach out, but as this is a part-time job, I didn't get to it until later this afternoon, to National Grid's team to talk about the rodent control plan. And our conversation more or less went along the lines of, from my point of view, yes, the public, our Director of Public Health has sort of signed off on the rodent control plan. However, I believe the council has had a longstanding record of conversation with the administration about the use of smart boxes in its approach to, in the administration's coming approach to integrated pest management. And this plan does not, the stated plan from McCourt Construction Company that's on the website, that presumably is what was approved by the health director, does not reference or incorporate that at all. And I think, and my request is that it should very directly and specifically reference that use of technology and that system in the pre-construction baiting. So this is not something that I think you've through you, Council President, to Mr. Moriarty's, has necessarily seen. It's sort of been out of sight of both you and perhaps National Grid to a degree. There has been a longstanding ongoing conversation with the administration around this technology and the council's stated policy, not that we've taken a specific vote on it, but consensus, if you will, that that kind of technology should be used for the road and control plan. So I'm going to sort of leave that hanging in the air, but I guess it's appropriate to ask you a response on that.
Mr. Miyares.
Well, I do manage to pick up a few things from time to time, so I was actually aware of the smart boxes and the potential updating of the road and control plans of the city. We attempted, in condition 8, the last sentence of condition 8 says, any city official or entity with jurisdiction may amend or modify requirements of said plans, and NEP shall comply with all such amendments or modifications. So what we were trying to say was that if after we issue this grant of location, for example, the Director of Public Health wants to amend the plan to include the smart boxes, that will be permissible, and this would require compliance with it. So you said directly and specifically, and I did it indirectly and generally, but if the council would like more specific language to address that, we can certainly tweak what's here to make that happen.
So through you, Council President, so your recommendation is that we reach the goal that I'm trying to articulate through the administration and the Director of Public Health rather than the specific language? If I understood you correctly, we need to go back to the administration and say, will you please sort of go back and tweak your approval of the plan? Is that essentially what you're suggesting?
Yes, essentially, that's what I'm not saying that you have to go back to them. I'm just saying that this requires, in the previous sentence, it requires that each one of these plans be approved by the appropriate city official, and then it gives them the opportunity to amend that approval at a later time.
Okay, I see that His Honor the Mayor, Mayor Cahill is here, so perhaps we can have that conversation later with the mayor to sort of accomplish that goal. I'm not sure you saw that he was here, Madam President.
No, thank you for letting me know.
Waved.
I will say, for the benefit of those on webcam, that His Honor the Mayor is here with us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being here. You are directly behind Councillor St. Hilaire from me.
And then, more briefly, my request is that in terms of the last condition 30, which deals with handling claims, I was referred in my conversation this afternoon with a team member from National Grid to the website, to their website on this project for claims information. I haven't had a chance to thoroughly review it, although I would comment that it's quite short. It does not make reference to things like mediation or the questions I raised at our last meeting about standard of proof, burden of proof, and so forth. And so basically, there's a very bare bones statement here which says, hey, submit a claim and the court will consider it. But beyond that, there are no standards or procedures. And I know that at least one of our counselors says passing familiarity with mediation. It doesn't refer to either mediation or arbitration or anything like that. So I really would like to see, have an opportunity to sort of look at that, discuss with the council, perhaps whether something more could be fleshed out than this sort of very bare bones kind of statement. And I don't know if you've had a chance to see what's on the website and compare that with both my comments and the language of condition 30. Through you, Council President, to Attorney Marios.
Mr. Miyares.
So through you, Madam President, in addition, we received I think it was this afternoon, at least I didn't look at it until this afternoon, something from National Grid that sort of outlines the procedures that were held up. Remember last time there was a discussion about that there was a good procedure in Salem that people seemed to be satisfied with. And we asked if that could be provided, and it was provided. There's a real conundrum here because the damages, if any, that are caused by this project are not going to be caused by the city having approved the project, and it's not going to actually be caused by National Grid having obtained that approval. It's going to be incurred by a contractor. And so we're a couple steps removed from that. We can try to specify as much as you would like, or we could take the view that this is the responsibility of Grid and the contractor to get right, and we should. This says that there needs to be a detailed procedure. If you want to add to it that there be a detailed procedure that you then approve, you can do that. But I'm not sure that we want to get in the business of writing that procedure ourselves.
I guess my concern is for my constituents, and that although I haven't had much chance to look at it, it is quite short, is that this statement of claims information doesn't really give a constituent much more than to say, if you've got a claim, come to us, we'll think about it. And I really feel like, for the sake of my constituents, that if there is damage, that is incommode to them, and that we need to have something more than what's here. So maybe with your permission, I would have an opportunity to speak, although it's against general protocol, directly with Mr. Mariores outside of this hearing, so we could flesh that out a little bit. But I leave that to your discretion, Madam Chair. And then the last question, very short, is I want to see, before I take any vote whatsoever, in writing somewhere, not simply a statement that East Lothrop, Boyles, and Cross Street will be included, although I certainly appreciate and trust Mr. Riley. I want to see it, I will require to see it in writing before I take any vote. And so far, it's just sort of a statement that's sort of out there. I quickly perused the conditions to see if maybe I missed it, but I don't think that statement is specifically in here.
That statement is specifically not there.
Okay.
We have through you, Madam President, we have a bit of a chicken and egg thing going on here, which is this was drafted on the assumption that the MOA would be in place, and the MOA, as you know, provides you give us X dollars and we'll decide what gets fixed. The alternative is to give them the, if we say more than that, we don't want to be contradicting the MOA while the ink is not even dry yet. So when I say we have a chicken and egg problem, is that it's my understanding that Grid has communicated that it does not wish to sign the MOA until the grant of location is issued. So,
if I may.
So that's.
And I'll be brief, if I may, just to interrupt. The MOA already has a list of streets.
Yes.
In Exhibit B. All I want are the three streets of Ward 4, which are now missing, to be added. So I don't think it really changes materially anything other than correcting what both National Grid and the city have stated simply is a scrivener's error. So,
Okay, so it sounds like that you're looking for the MOA to be amended to include those 3 streets.
that is correct.
And I certainly have no problem with that. I just want to make sure that at the end of the day, we're not
We could simply
playing
write it from
games.
National Grid.
We're not playing games over which has to happen first. To me, the MOA, I have always assumed that the MOA would be executed first, and this would therefore require, we could simply require compliance with the MOA, and that makes this whole decision a lot shorter. If that's not going to happen, then we've got some rethinking to do.
I'm all set, Madam.
Thank you very much. I see many hands, but I saw Councilor St. Hilaire first. So Councilor St. Hilaire, thank you, Councilor
Madam Chair.
Houseman.
So I think Councilor Houseman's, comments really hit on the conundrum I'm seeing here, and I've been frustrated throughout this discussion by the position I think we find ourselves in. For me, coming in as a new councilor with, grant of location already being, the route already being approved by the state's, Energy Facility Siting Board, the MOA already being signed by the city, and, I think what I see in this letter is very prescriptive, 30 conditions, and I agree with almost all of them, and certainly heard many of these concerns from residents, and for me, the EMF and the lack of communication and the paving and the claims, these are all things I think are really important. But I recall, Mr. Miyares, in your initial comments to us, I think you cited several examples of other communities where, I think you said Woburn, they denied all the conditions, and in Needham, I think there was one condition approved. And so I guess what I'm trying to figure out for me is the balance of being so prescriptive. What is there an appeal process if they just deny these things? What happens next? And, sort of versus having a grant of location accepted versus denied, and that sort of balance. Could you speak to that at all and give us your thoughts there?
Thank you, Councilor St. Hilaire. Mr. Miyares, if you would.
Through you, Madam President. I would say, first of all, that I believe right at the beginning, even before the hearing opened, we had a meeting where we discussed some of these issues, and I said to you then, and I will say to you now, that if you vote to deny the grant of location, you lose the ability to set the parameters of the conditions, because what will happen is one way or another, I'm not usually in the business of telling private parties how to file their appeals, but I think they know what to do. They will go to the siting board. It'll take them some time. There'll be a hearing and whatever, but at the end of the day, the siting board will impose its own conditions, and your denial will be of no legal force. When we have found ourselves in that situation in the past, and Woburn is an example, we've then attempted to scramble to see if we can salvage a deal so that we can agree on what the conditions will be. And we were successful in doing that in Woburn. But a deal is not the same thing as what you've got here. A deal is, these are the things that you want that the applicant is willing to agree to. Here you have the ability to impose conditions, and whether or not the applicant likes them is input into your thinking process, but it's not dispositive as it would be with the appeal to the siting board. So our best advice to you is not to issue a denial. And as far as, how far can you go with conditions? You don't want conditions that effectively are a denial, a wolf in sheep's clothing, if you will. And you don't want conditions that are outside your jurisdiction. So we just had a little brush with one a few minutes ago, but those are the things that you want to avoid. If we end up with a decision that effectively is a denial or includes conditions that are intolerable to National Grid and outside your jurisdiction, you're just inviting the siting board to override you. So I don't recommend that
And the
course.
standard to apply income mode, that's a standard that we're applying.
That's right.
It's our decision.
That's right. So,
Thank you.
okay. And I guess I'm not too sure about, so I get what you said about Woburn. I don't recognize what you were saying about Needham. Needham had I don't know, let's say 10 conditions.
That said they had one condition.
No, I think it was about
Applying
10.
all local laws.
So
Okay.
maybe you dropped
I
a
missed
zero.
a zero.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All set, Counselor St. Hilaire?
Yes, thank you.
Counselor Feldman?
Yes, I had one question regarding something that Counselor Houseman had said in talking about the claims process. And I was wondering if it would be possible if sometimes laying out a policy or idea for the future isn't quite as informative as looking at the data from previous projects in terms of if the same construction company was the construction company for possibly the Salem project or another similarly sized scope project. I'm wondering if we could have access to at least the numbers, not the specifics, of claims filed and then claims approved, and some type of data supporting the claims process in another community, because I think that, to me, in terms of looking at the protection of our constituents in the claims process, it would be more informative for my decision about that process than reading what they plan to do instead of seeing what they have done previously and their history of their work. So I was wondering if that was possible to make that request for that information, or if that exists anywhere in some way that we could receive it. I know it's a little late in the request game, but it just would be helpful for me to understand the claims process. So I'm not sure if I'm asking that directly of National Grid or of Mr. Miaris.
I think let's start with Mr. Miaris,
Okay.
if that's okay, Counselor Feldman?
That would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam President. We always contemplated that during deliberations there may be a need to ask for additional information like this. And that's why we left the hearing open and we didn't close it. And we just said we were restricting public comment only to things that are being requested. The sort of most direct way to get at this, I would think, would be to ask Mr. Riley if he can provide it. If that's not possible, we could still maybe get it directly from Salem. I don't know with what degree of success, but it seems like Mr. Riley might be amenable to providing that information, and you might think about asking him that.
Mr. Riley? Is the kind of information that Counselor Feldman is requesting about claims in previous communities something that could be provided to us?
I believe so. We have our own claims department that we can make an inquiry with, and we can certainly ask McCourt. I do know that, like the MOA here, the MOA for the Salem Cables project had a provision that required us to report to the city the number of claims, I think on a weekly basis, maybe bi-weekly. So that information should be available of what happened, certainly in the Salem Cables project, and we can make other inquiries about relatively similar projects. We'll have to think about what might be comparable.
Thank you. And then you would provide that information to our city clerk to be distributed?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Feldman?
That would be fantastic. I did try and poke around the Salem site, but I know that the claims process had been shut down kind of like once it moves on. So I was having trouble looking up anything historical myself. So that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Counselor Sweeney, please.
Thank you, Madam President. And first, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Miaris, on the work of your firm alongside the council in pulling these draft conditions together. And I'd like to thank the residents who have taken the time over the past few months to come and voice your concerns. And I think you can tangibly see in Condition 10 a result of your activism in that there is a proposed Citizens Advisory Committee to work with National Grid and members of city staff throughout the project. And that's certainly a condition that I appreciate being included. Building off of Councilor St. Hilaire's line of questioning to you, Mr. Miyares, with regards to kind of the balance of power throughout the remainder of the process here, I appreciate the work that has gone into drawing these conditions together, and I certainly support the level of detail that you've gone into. The question I have is whether these draft conditions as they currently stand have been communicated to National Grid, and if at this point in the process we've received any indication if there is to be pushback towards any of the conditions as currently proposed.
Mr. Miyares?
Yes, through you, Madam President. So the answer to the first is yes, I emailed them to Mark Riley the same day that I sent them off to the city clerk, whatever day that was, Thursday. I have not spoken to Mr. Riley directly, but I understand that there are a number of conditions that he would like to express concern about. And so that's something that you'll want to consider asking him about either now or after all the councilors have had a chance to speak.
I'll defer to you on that, Madam President, as far as the timing, but certainly that's a question I would like to pose to National Grid at some point this evening.
Thank you. So why don't we, Councilor Sweeney, if it's okay with you, see what other edits councilors may have and then come back to your question?
Okay. I do have one quick question.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe either Mr. Dole or Ms. Oldmixon may be best equipped to answer this question. I know, to a point that Councilor Houseman made, Condition 6, in discussing the MOA, mentions, obviously that the National Grid will be in compliance with the terms of the memorandum of agreement and any amendments to that memorandum. One point that we had discussed in our recent meeting on this matter was the revision of the amount that National Grid is to reimburse the city for the cost of repaving along the route. And my takeaway from our conversation the past meeting was that amending the MOA to revise that figure would be the most appropriate avenue moving forward. And so my question to the city solicitor's office is where things stand on that end, and if that is an area that the solicitor's office or the mayor's office otherwise is looking to continue to pursue in ongoing conversations with National Grid.
Thank you, Councilor Sweeney.
Thank you,
Mr. Dole
Madam
or Ms.
President.
Oldmixon?
I'm sorry. Sorry, Councilor, I heard the first part of that, and I didn't hear probably what was your actual question.
I would be happy to restate if you would like, I'll be a little more concise. The draft grant of location mentions that, any amendments would need to be followed, and during our last discussion, my takeaway was that the best process, or the correct process to revise any amount of funding that National Grid is to pay the city for the cost of repaving the streets along the route would be to amend the MOA. And so if we're to agree to the draft conditions, that would presumably mean that the onus would fall upon the mayor's office and the city solicitor's office to pursue a revised repaving figure through a revised MOA. And I guess that would be my question is that something you guys are currently pursuing?
Yes, we have been in discussions with National Grid about amending the MOA to reflect a change in the payment made to the city. Because if you remember the way the MOA is structured, National Grid is going to make a payment to the city, then the city would do the paving itself. There is a provision in there if National Grid did elect to do the paving, there's some terms in there, the MOA addressed that, but we are in discussions with National Grid about amending that dollar amount. And I do believe that National Grid has been in discussions with Commissioner Collins
about that number also.
Okay, perfect. That was my primary interest. So thank you, Mr. Dole, and thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sweeney, and I made note of your other question that we'll return to after Councillor
Yep.
Zubedic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bowen, you've been waiting.
Thank you. Some of my questions have already been covered, which I appreciate, so I won't repeat those. A few that were different. One, we had discussed in a previous meeting the concept of a bond for damages so that the city is assured that there is funding secured and that can be leveraged should there be damage to city property or claims to be made from private property, and didn't see that in the list of conditions. So just wondered if you could speak to the feasibility of something along those lines, what scale would be possible, how that lines up with the city ordinances that do require similar construction bonds for small projects in small ways, and what that might look like. That's the first question.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. Mr. Miyares.
Through you, Madam President. So the discussion the last time suggested that that the NEP was a substantial business and need not post a bond. The pushback on that concept was the idea that the damage, if it's being caused, is not being caused by NEP at all, but by McCord, its contractor. You just said something that is new, that is unknown to me, and that is that it is standard procedure for contractors to post a bond whenever they dig up the city streets?
So, I mean, we should look back through the ordinance, but when I looked a couple of months ago in trying to figure out the MOA,
Okay.
one of the ordinances that was listed as a potential exception
Yes.
speaks to exactly that.
Okay, and
so
and
I
you
don't
think
know
that
what
is
the
part of the
practice
street
is.
opening permit?
Yes,
Yes, as opposed to the grant of location.
I believe so. I would have to go back and look, but yes, I think it's,
Well,
I'll find those notes.
this strikes me as maybe a conversation that needs to take place between now and next time. But if it's already standard procedure to require a bond in connection with a street opening permit, that may be good enough. Maybe we don't need anything further. If we do, though, I need to understand how that would fit in with the street opening permit bonding requirement. That would require me to talk with your legal staff sometime. But we'll stick a pin in that as an idea that we're neither yet endorsing or jettisoning.
Thank you.
Councillor Bowen, you had other?
Yes, yeah, so I appreciate that, and I can look back for my notes, and the city solicitor's office may have more to share on that as well. The other pieces I wanted to share, based on the conversation about the cost of road work being renegotiated, and we talked last time about potentially the cost of the consultant needing to be looked at. I'm curious if we can add more language either to the conditions that speak to those or a separate condition that requires that discussion to happen if we're not sure of the timing of the MOA negotiations and signing versus this process, to more formally cover in the council's action our expectation that that happen in the MOA if it's not covered here. I know we talked about some language that would refer to that, and I think if we don't see a signed MOA by the time we're taking a vote, I would want to have some sort of condition that spoke to that cost escalation necessity.
Thank you, Councillor
There are a
Bowen.
number of people who might be able to speak
I was
to
just saying,
that.
it looks to me like Mayor Cahill would like to speak to that because he's at the podium. So Mayor Cahill.
I am. Okay, so a couple of things. Solicitor is not able to be here, and Mr. Dole has been trying to get briefed and up to speed, on the day. So, in fact, there are numbers for paving, for our on-site engineer consultant, and for the directed patrols in adjacent and affected neighborhoods, if you remember that line. That is to help protect those neighborhoods against a lot of cut-through traffic, not driving safely in neighborhoods during construction and detours, et cetera. So there are 3 different numbers. And there has been conversation with us in GRID, and I believe, and I'm going to ask you if you'll ask Council for GRID to get up in a minute, I believe we don't have an argument on numbers. In fact, I'd say we have an agreement on increased numbers. But in back and forth with Ms. Williams earlier today, GRID's counsel was saying that they don't want to make amendments to the MOA. They want to see those things memorialized in the conditions. And there's another thing we asked for as an amendment to the MOA that I'd like to talk about later, but specific to the number, to those dollar amounts and that process, maybe we can get further comment from GRID on that, because that's how it was explained to me.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Riley, would you be able to respond to the mayor's assessment about the agreement on the increased numbers?
I would agree that there's probably agreement in principle on the numbers. It was more of a process issue that we didn't want to, we kind of want this to be a final global agreement on all the conditions. We don't want to be making side agreements to amend the MOA while there are conditions that still address repaving. Like my response to Solicitor Williams was condition 13, which in my view was a little ambiguous. It says that NEP shall restore the streets, when in the MOA that obligation was on the city. So there was conditions in here that address the specific issue of repavement and who was going to do it. And I didn't want to break apart costs from those responsibilities. So I think we need to do everything together. So it's more process than substance, I think. So that was
Thank
it.
you. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Dole, did you have a response or further questions on that? Or if there was another piece of Councilor Bowen's question that you wanted to address.
Another piece of what?
I didn't know if there was something else in Councilor Bowen's question that you had, I couldn't tell at what point you were standing up.
Oh, no. I think Councilor Bowen was on point, and I was trying to, and I think we've all said the same thing, that the GRID team is looking for those numbers to be articulated as conditions, correct?
They should be in the MOA, but we don't.
Oh, could you come to the podium for BevCam? Thank you.
I don't object to amending the MOA. I don't want to do it separately from a global agreement on the conditions, though. It all, in my view, has to happen at once.
Thank you.
Or somewhat simultaneously.
Mr. Mayor, given that, may I ask you a process question then? In your view, the council's work, though, is to be amending and looking at these conditions. And it seems to me that that's what's within our purview. Is that correct? And if there are pieces of the MOA that should be memorialized as conditions, we would get them from the solicitor's office and memorialize them in our conditions? It's a question for Mr. Miaris. I would like to know, because it feels to me like the council has its own process that's going on here that is apart from the MOA. And I would like to know, given all this conversation, the next step for us as a council.
Well, in response to your question, my preference would be, at the end of the day, that there be 2 documents. That there be an MOA that was executed between the city and National Grid. And there would be a grant of locations that's issued by you that contains the conditions that you want and also requires compliance with the MOA. That's fine. I don't think structurally that it's works very well for us to, for you, the council, to be negotiating amendments to the MOA. That seems like it's outside your purview, and it seems a little awkward. So my preference would be to keep the two separate. My preference would be to keep the two separate. The mayor negotiates the MOA, and you decide on what are the conditions for the grant of location. On the question of the provision in the grant of location conditions that references the street restoration, what I intended that language to say, and I think it does say that, is you have to do what you are otherwise legally required to do, which is to bring every street on the route up to the condition before the project began. That is what state law requires anyway. So that's what you have to do. Or you can use the, you can do the thing that the MOA says, which is that the city will take over that responsibility and Grid will pay the agreed upon price. So as drafted currently, the condition gives the Grid the option of either doing it itself, doing what it otherwise is legally required to do, or to do it by way of the MOA. And that seems unremarkable to me, so I'm not sure I understand why it's objectionable. If there's something about the language that is not crystal clear on this point, I'm of course always glad to try to tweak it to make it crystal clear.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you. That does not leave me crystal clear, but I think if we can revisit the issue of specifically related to those three numbers, how we as a council will know before we grant a grant of location that the compensation to the city will be sufficient to do the work that needs to be done. If we can find a way to do that clearly, then I think sounds like that's what both the MOA process and the grant of location process are trying to reach. So can revisit that. The ordinance piece that I was looking at is actually specifically about electrical work. It's 25318, if that's helpful. So other small things
But you're actually better, through you, Madam President, you're actually better, because if you look at 25331C.
It does keep going, yeah.
So these are for people who are digging holes in the street.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? It says the applicant shall provide the city with a cash bond in the amount of $1,000 or $10 per linear foot of trench, whichever is greater, to be held by the city treasurer. So there is a cash bond. Now, the part of this that's different is that doesn't say that money is to be used to compensate other people. That just says that there's a cash bond, which is essentially to guarantee that they complete the project and fill the hole back in and, do the things that they otherwise are required to do. So there is going to be a bond required, but it's just not it's not designed for the process that you had in mind. So that's why we need to spend a little bit more time ruminating over that one.
Thank you. And so perhaps between the two of those and whether the MOA has exempted National Grid from them or not is the question. So other pieces, I was hoping we could take another look at condition 12 to just ensure that what we talked about in terms of a pre and post EMF level study covering the full route would be part of that plan. And I'm not sure, from my reading, it wasn't clear that that would necessarily be the result of that condition, so I wanted to just take a second look at the wording there. And then on condition 19, which I was very happy with in general and happy to see in there, and I think will really put us in a much better position to feel confident in the work as it's happening and the decisions as they're being made, did get additional positive suggestions from neighbors about how to really ensure that that leads to strong communication with the city from so this is related to the consultant who will be accompanying the work. And so wondered if you could take a second look at that in terms of requiring certain postings, pictures, report outs from that consultant to the public as well, if there's a way that we can work that in at the condition level. And then also got some positive feedback, and this is, I think, why I'm so excited about the condition to have a working group who can be continually surfacing great ideas as they come up. Another idea that came in from constituent feedback was just boosting the communication plan to include the specific needs of older adults or anyone who has, limited technology, limited mobility, may have limited support, and who may need, we've talked about how the construction team is ready and willing to help people bring their groceries in or arrange medical appointments, and had some good ideas for how to ensure that people know about that, especially if they're in a position where they might not be as ready to ask or might not be seeing updates online and things. And then the last thing was just around the stormwater management plan and dust management plan. Happy to see those in the list of plans to be adhered to, but I'm getting more and more nervous every time I walk past the National Grid gas project that's just a pile of dirt in front of on my walk home. So I don't know if we can separate those out as a separate condition. Maybe it's just that everyone up here has sat through 2 hours of education on stormwater prevention and now feels like it's our responsibility to play a role in ensuring that we're not just seeing dirt pulled up out of our streets and left to wash into our stormwater system. That, and I noticed that most of the word conditions are missing an I, if we can update that. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen.
Copy paste could be brutal.
Councillor St. Hilaire.
Thank you. So, feels like we're getting closer, and I guess at some point we will be taking a vote on this letter and these conditions. Mr. Minyara, as you mentioned that there were some conditions in here that National Grid was opposed to, and I think Councilor Sweeney had requested a hearing from Grid on what those were. I would sort of echo that, and I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time or not, but I think I'd be interested in hearing among these conditions if there's things that they're concerned about in the, again, effort of advancing the conversation.
Thank you, Councillor St. Hilaire. I had said we would hold that just until every councillor had a chance to speak. I think we may be approaching that point. Councillors to my left, are there any other comments at this point?
No, I'm interested to hear what they have. We've got a good base started here, and with some of the adjustments, they've answered all my questions, but I'd be interested to hear what National Grid's concerns are on these.
Thank you, Councillor Crowley. And Councillor Husman, I just want to check with you. A while ago, there was a flow of conversation where you had your hand up. You did not re-raise your hand.
Yeah, I think that has gone by, but to one of the points that Councillor Bowen did raise, that came through a letter from Marianne Holak. I did find in National Grid's stated November 2021 revision of the outreach plan that they do, and that part of the plan includes not only online, but also door knocking, door to door. So I feel reasonably good about that. But of course, it's all in the execution, right? So if door-to-door notice simply means hanging a little tag on the door and moving along, that's really different than a proactive, we're not going to give up until we actually talk with the people who are here. And so some clarity around that, for me, would be important. But at least there is an outreach plan that National Grid has, which goes a long way, I think, towards addressing that. If we can tweak or clarify that one point, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Houseman. At this point, Mr. Riley, Councillor Sweeney and St. Hilaire, we are directing a question to you to hear more about which conditions Mr. Meares had said you had communicated, or that he had heard there were some that might give you pause, and they were asking to hear about those.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, Madam President. I'll just sort of go in order. It might be quicker. The first issue we had was in sort of the introductory paragraphs. There's a requirement that we submit as-built within 60 days, and we just ask for a little more time. 90 days is more customary. This is a big project. It's going to take some time to pull those together. So it's just a request for an extra 30 days there. We did not have any comments on 1, 2, 3. 4 talks about that any city official can issue an order that we have to comply with. I don't foresee that being a problem. It's just more of a statement than anything that we're not going to, if we feel like there's an order issued in error or beyond the authority or that's unreasonable or something like that, we're not going to waive our right to challenge that in advance of actually seeing what the order is. I think that's a reasonable stance for us. 5 and 6, we didn't have any comments. 7 it was something that I've provided comments back to the city already. This mandatory 30-inch depth, as well as the mandating delta configuration throughout. We, in the MOA, have committed to making every commercially reasonable effort to hit that depth, but we do know that there is at least one, Tim, you're going to have to maybe jump in here, but there's 1 or 2 places that we know, based on the information we have now, that it may go above that. And in those areas, we would plate it to protect the facility. So we do have that information right now. There may be other instances where even at the city's request, in order to avoid infrastructure that's in there that we don't know of yet, that we may have to go shallow. The absolute, the rigidity of that is troublesome because we don't know everything that's under the street. We don't know where all of the city's infrastructure is. And, I'm told it's a common occurrence that once you start digging, you find stuff. And in order to accommodate the city's infrastructure, or for some other reason, we'd need some flexibility in that language to address those issues as they arise. Similarly, the delta configuration is something that was explained. At an absolute minimum, the configuration changes as it goes in and exits the manholes. It flattens out. That allows splicing in the manhole instead of having them bundled one on top of the other. So that has to happen. That's really not a negotiable issue for us. So it's really for both of those things. We need some flexibility in that language, and I'm happy to work with Attorney Meares on that. But that was our comment there. 8 was fine. So similarly, the language of 9 is rigid and doesn't allow for the type of flexibility we're talking about that we'd need during construction to address conditions as they arose. And we're going to be in almost constant contact with Commissioner Collins and his people, as well as the consulting engineer during this. So they're going to know whenever there's a deviation. They're going to know immediately. We will communicate that to them immediately. There will be look-ahead meetings, at which time we'll be able to discuss some of this stuff. Obviously, the consulting engineer is going to be there all the time, and we'll know right away whether we've uncovered something that we need to work around. So I don't think there's going to be any concern about the city knowing when we do that and when it's happening. And in addition, at the end of the day, you're going to have as-built to know exactly where things are. So again, allowing a little bit of flexibility during construction is the type of language we're looking for there. 10 and 11, we had no comments. 12, I don't know what was so previously in letters back, the city referred National Grid to kind of an EMF measurement protocol that Eversource had agreed to in a couple different dockets. And we responded that that's agreeable. I don't know if this is just referencing that or this is something different. We are prepared to do a pre-construction as well as a post-in-service measurement at representative locations, which tracks what Eversource had agreed to in those dockets. We're not prepared to do some sort of long-term, several year-long study of some sort. But we'll take a baseline measurement and a post-operation, recognizing that that's a snapshot, right? It's not really going to tell you a lot. I think your expert would probably agree with that. Everything depends on the loading at that very moment, et cetera, other sources in the area. But we're happy to do that if that's what's intended. If right now it says EMF monitoring, and I don't know exactly what that means. So I'd want some clarity around that. 13 was just discussed. I think I better understand what the intent of that was. And it sounds to me like it wasn't intended to modify the arrangement in the MOA, where the company pays but the city undertakes the actual work. So as long as that's not changing, we're fine with that. 14 was fine. 15 about laydowns. I guess the only thing we would respond to there is that the way it's written, it would even eliminate the use of our own property on River Street as a potential laydown yard. I don't know if that was the intent to. I'm seeing head nods. We usually, the contractor has the obligation to manage all of that. If the desire is to not have any staging or lay down in the city of Beverly, that's something we would have to communicate, I think, to McCourt. It potentially would mean more traffic in the town, in your city. But I guess I'd ask back, is that what you're looking for? There's absolutely no lay down or staging in the city of Beverly whatsoever.
Mr. Meares.
Well, through you, Madam President, in our last discussion, when we were talking about this, we had understood that there was going to be a lay-down area within the city, and we talked about whether it's necessary to put any special conditions on that lay-down area so that any external impacts from use of that lay-down area would be controlled. What we were told at the last meeting was, no, we're not going to use a lay-down area within the city of Beverly. So We said, okay, well, just put in that you can't use a laydown area in the city of Beverly, and then it's covered. If Mr. Riley wants to carve out an exception for property that they own, I think we need to identify what those properties are. We need to think about whether there are additional conditions from the use of that property that will need to be added. So we stopped thinking about attaching conditions because of the representation was made that we're not going to be using a laydown area within the city. If he wants to carve out an exception, I don't have fundamentally a problem with it, but the condition needs to be written in an entirely different way.
Thank you, Mr. Miyares. And I just want to mention, if we could, I'm mindful of how much remains on our agenda. So, Mr. Riley, if it's possible for you to work your way through the final thoughts that you had, and we're going to have to pick this up on the 27th. That was clear from the beginning. But the council has almost its entire agenda remaining, and so I want to be mindful of that, and also mindful of the people who are in the room, and it's getting to be late.
I will skip over the ones that we have no comment on and just address 18 regarding the utility service connections. We manage that all the time in these types of projects. Usually a service disruption is maybe an hour or two, and then they're back on, and we would coordinate directly with the neighbor, whoever the owner is. The idea that they would have to give a month and a half advance notice of that, though, is just not a workable condition. That we can't manage that. Usually, again, we're digging, we encounter it, we realize we have to turn off temporarily access, and usually it's very temporary. Sometimes we won't know until then, and if we have to wait a month and a half, the whole project's going to be massively delayed. Pedestrian access, the only comment there would really, that does have to happen. Right now, it's written very rigidly, like you can never stop people from walking on the sidewalk. But there are, as you can imagine, pieces of equipment where you may be swinging a boom out or a crane or something like that, where it's really a matter of public safety to stop people from accessing the sidewalk. There'll be police details and things like that, but that does have to happen on occasion, and again, it's a very temporary type thing. So we'd need a little bit of flexibility written into that condition. 23, the compensation of business owners, just a flat mandate if they show that their business has dipped over some past year. Is just, we can't agree to that up front to compensate that just by them showing that the business has been reduced. That could be due to any number of issues outside of the project. So there has to be process around that. We have to scrutinize that. That one is objectionable. I think the tree, I haven't seen, I'd like to see the new language that's being proposed around the tree conditions. I think with some tweaks, we can come to agreement on that, but it kind of depends on what the devil's in the details, right? And the rest of it, so that was 24 and 25. 25, the way it's worded, it sounded like, I guess, two things on the trees. We would object to some sort of health survey of every single shade tree on the 3.5 miles. We're more than happy to replace and talk about if we're damaging or cutting or pruning and dealing with those trees as they come up, but to do a full assessment over more than 3 miles is an unnecessary cost that we would object to. And the language in 25 seems to make us a guarantor of all those trees, rather than just the ones that we're impacting. So I think some language changes, some modifications there would be warranted. So that was it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Riley. And I just... The really dramatic entry by Mr. Dole.
I did not intend to announce my approach to the podium in that manner.
I don't believe that this has been communicated to National Grid or Mr. Riley, but it did recently come up in our conversations with Commissioner Collins that Condition 17, which requires a pre-construction, if I see the language correctly, the closed-circuit interior video recording prior to commencing any construction activities. Commissioner Collins wanted to at least raise with the council that he would like to see a post-construction activity survey also. So not only doing the video inspection prior to the construction, but also following it just to see if I'm going to presume to confirm that there's no damage done to those that infrastructure during the course of the construction. So again, I'm not sure that's been actually communicated to the National Grid team, but that was something Commissioner Collins wished to highlight for the council.
Thank you, Mr. Dole. Mr. Mayor, were you raising your hand to speak? And I think after the mayor has a chance to speak, I have one question for Mr. Miaris, and then I'd like to I'll entertain a motion to continue this.
Thank you, Madam President, and well, mindful of the time, just a couple of quick thoughts, and I'm understanding you'll be continuing. So I would say, in terms of the consistency of the spirit of the conditions and the need for some amendment language to the MOA, I'd ask that you folks don't take your vote on the grant of location request until we have a signed amended MOA on those points to show you. So that's one. Two, I want to ask that you amend number 1 on page 1 under grant of location to insert the name of the plan. And because this is the plan we've been working with all along, and it's been our understanding of how the project is going to be built, I would ask that you use the language bid set 2/8/2021 or February 8, 2021 as defining the plan, unless National Grid is able to and ready to share anything updated in a time that we can look through it. Because Commissioner Collins has been working extensively with this plan, and that's been really our core understanding of how it's been engineered and prepared for construction. So it may be that that's the exact right document to insert as the definition of the plan in here in this document. And then to the conditions, you know, the other requested amendment we delivered National Grid on the MOA was specific to requiring delta configuration the whole length of the route and a minimum of 30 inches of depth. Now, we understand that delta configuration can't be the whole length because the entry and exit from the manholes require, as Mr. Riley articulated, that you leave the delta configuration. The particulars there really should go to the engineers, and the delta configuration should be kept up as long as possible until it needs to change preparing for entry, and it should be resumed as quickly as possible coming out the other side of the manhole for the rest of us lay people. And the only other section that I understand from Mr. Riley's response to Ms. Williams is that they're looking to not use delta where they go under Pleasant Street. Think of from River Street over to Park under the train bridge and the pedestrian bridge. And that may be all of it. So it's certainly from our understanding working through that plan, that is. But we can look at those if there are other particulars. But the delta configuration should be, that's a best practice. That is, as we understand, the best way to have a canceling out effect of magnetic fields. And it really should be what we insist on in every possible spot. And the 30-inch minimum is consistent with the plan, right? That bid set 2/8/2021, and you know the engineers have understood all along that there's ledge along this route, and their plan has been to go through it, not to find it and decide in the field that they're going to sit on top of it. So to my mind, condition 9 is critical, and I have a couple of thoughts on an amendment to condition 9 that I can share with the clerk, and you folks can take a look and see if Mr. Miaris and you, the council, feel that it's helpful. Just a few thoughts there I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mears, I just have one last clarification question, if I may. Just to make sure that I was clear on something that I believe you said in response to Councillor St. Hilaire earlier, which was that any of the information that we just heard about National Grid's feelings about the conditions is informative to what we're thinking about, but not dispositive.
Dispositive. That's correct.
So ultimately, the standard of what incommodes the public and what best protects them from being incommoded, as you, I think, I'm just clarifying, you said is also the council's to determine.
That's correct. That's correct. So let me just follow up on one comment from the mayor, and then one procedural point. I agree that the 30 inches below the surface needs to be adhered to rigorously. I'm prepared to concede that that the plans do show one place where it might not, where that might not be happening. But the modeling that we're all relying on that was done for the siding board assumed 30 inches. And I can tell you from experience, whatever the modeling shows, if it assumes 30 inches and you don't have 30 inches, the numbers are going to be higher. And you will discover that when the post-EMF monitoring occurs, which is pretty late in the game to be then asking to have the line moved. So I agree that that is that's an important requirement. It's consistent with what the siding board received for modeling, and we should try to stick with that as much as possible. So in the procedural question I had was, Mr. Riley has offered to communicate directly with me in the next period between now and the 27th. Up till now, all the communication that we have had with Mr. Riley has been on the record in writing, so that there's no question about what's going on. But it sounds like maybe he would like to have a conversation. And it seems to me that if you want me to do that, I'm happy to do it, but it should be your call as to whether you want me to have conversations, because by definition, if they're oral, they're not written. So that's something that you should direct me one way or another on.
Thank you. I think in the spirit of transparency and continued transparency for the public and also for the full council, I would entertain a motion that we continue with the practice of having communication between Mr. Meares and National Grid in writing and public as it has been.
So moved.
Second. Thank you, Councilor Rand. Councilor Rotundo. Any further discussion? Councilor Houseman.
Yeah, I certainly understand the intent, Madam President. But Mr. Meares is counsel for the City Council. And if we appropriately, in my opinion, sort of define what that conversation is, I believe that it would be very much more efficient for the council and the administration and National Grid to get to where we all more or less agree, and that we can, rely upon and trust Mr. Meares, who represents the council and by extension the public, to not concede anything that would be, adverse or detrimental to the public interest, but would nevertheless facilitate an efficient form of communication. And so I think that I would not support the motion, but would support, if there's a sense that we need to do it, some kind of constraints or definition around what that communication is. But I think it's counterproductive to make that level of constraint on these, given how far we've traveled, in order to allow us to narrow some of the details.
I guess my concern is that I feel like we are to have the conversation to decide what the constraints would be. I'm not sure that we have, in my view, the time. And so I would personally, I guess, err on the side of transparency as we've had it, conversation coming back and forth, than not. Councillor Feldman.
I tend to agree at a higher level with Councillor Houseman, but I don't necessarily think there needs to be a discussion regarding constraints as long as we are under the agreement of anything that we are considering or voting on is made transparent to the public. Because I think the back and forth of these emails and discussions in terms of getting to the ends is not necessarily, watching the sausage get made is really, I guess, not part of, at least in my understanding, what the expectation of the public is. I want the public to know what we are considering and what we've come to, but in terms of this back and forth of the details, I'm not sure. I just feel like it will just slow things up to continue to have us act as a middleman and the emails and the back and forth and posting it. So that's my personal feelings. As long as we're being transparent with what we are considering and voting on and what is tangible, I would rather trust. And because up until this point, we've, in full transparency, very much trusted the recommendations of Mr. Mieres to date. So I'm not sure why I would roll that back in terms of moving forward with this. That's my thought on why I would not necessarily support this motion.
I'm not sure if we need to belabor this point with discussion. Councillor Rand, do you want to withdraw your motion and allow Councillor Houseman to propose the motion that he is proposing?
Sure, I withdraw my motion.
Thank you. Councillor Houseman, would you like to make a motion?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion to authorize Mr. Attorney Mieres to speak directly with City Solicitor Williams and Attorney Riley to iron out some of the detailed issues related to the conditions and the MOA in order to facilitate a more efficient process.
Is there a second for this motion?
Second.
Oh. Yeah, and I'd like to hear from Mr. Mieres if you'd like to amend that in some fashion.
Mr. Mieres.
Point of clarification, is the intention of the motion that all the conversations should take place with both Solicitor Williams and me?
Well, and/or whatever makes it efficient. In other words, if you're having a conversation with Attorney Riley and there's a point that needs to be followed up on with the Solicitor Williams, it seems counterproductive to not enable that to happen. I think that happens anyway, but just to be clear on the...
I got that. It made it sound like you only wanted me to talk to Mr. Riley if...
no, that was not my intention. You can
Solicitor
talk with...
Williams.
My intention in the motion is that you would be able to talk independently with Mr. Riley without Solicitor Williams necessarily being part of that conversation.
Thank you. Councillor St. Hilaire.
I guess my only point of discussion is, for me, I just want to make sure that it's clear that the context or parameters of discussion are around ironing out the language between what we have in our draft and Mr. Riley's objections.
Correct. Yes, the conditions would be the subject matter. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, conditions in the MOA, because I think there may be some need to achieve consistency in that. That'd be part of the purpose of the conversation.
So there's a motion and a second. Oh, Councillor Bowen.
Sorry, I just want to add, I think our confusion over this is a reason not to change the process that we have had. And so I think a change to allow a different type of negotiation to happen at this stage makes me very uncomfortable.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. Councillor Rotundo.
May I call this motion to a vote?
You may. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of Councillor Houseman's proposal to shift the mode of communication? Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. So that's 7-2. Motion carries 7-2. Thank you. I am now going to entertain a motion. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Miaris. Thank you to our assistant solicitors. Mr. Mayor, thank you for being here. Members of the public. I am aware also we have appointees waiting to be appointed to city committees. Thank you for being incredibly patient and sitting with us. I'm going to entertain a motion to continue this public hearing. And it's going to sound unusual, but at 8:10, there's a number of other hearings stacked before it. 8:10 on June 27th.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. We'll recess this public hearing until June 27th, again with my thanks. And counselors, having been here since 6, I'd entertain a motion for a 5-minute recess. All those in favor?
Aye.
5 minutes if you need a bathroom break. Thank you. just about how we can most efficiently work through the rest of our agenda. Ultimately, I will end up asking you for a vote on doing most of our business with Rule 22, so we can vote it from the floor and not break for subcommittee. However, I do know that we have one of the mayor's new appointees who's here with us, and thank you. You have been waiting so long. And so what I'd like to do, her appointment is in Public Services right now. I'd like to entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order so that we can take a break for subcommittee. We'll handle what is in subcommittees now, and that will mean that Ms. Larson, right? That Ms. Larson will not have to continue to wait for us to work through the other items on our agenda. So is there a motion to take our agenda out of order and break for some committee work?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. So we're going to have Public Services stay here. Ms. Larson, your appointment is in Public Services, so you can stay in this room. We will have Finance and Property in the committee room, and Legal Affairs, you get your turn on the bench.
I'm gonna leave my computer here. If you have the stuff in front, I have stuff in front. Sure. Yeah, okay. I'd like to call to order the Committee on Public Services. It is 10, no, wait, 9, sorry. 9. Oh, gosh. Members present are Councilors Bowen and Councilor Crowley. So, I'm going to take the orders that we have on the agenda out of order because we do have Ms. Larson here. Order number 144, the appointment for Ms. Carolyn Larson to serve on the Beverly Parks and Recreation Committee. Pull this forward. To whom it was referred, the matter regarding an appointment of Ms. Carolyn Larson to serve on the Beverly Parks and Recreation Commission. I am going to open this up to my fellow councilors for any questions. I'm not sure if you have her information in front of you, but I believe we have the information here. So I'm not going to write on this, but what do my fellow councilors have any questions? I can. Yes.
Well, first, I want to thank you both for being here tonight through a very interesting, long, winding meeting, but also for your interest.
Come on over.
In the committee. Yeah, I know it's a weird setting. Although I think we are still on BevCam, so we're running. So we're just sort of spread out here. But yeah, so just want to say thank you and give you a chance to also share a little bit about. I know you've already been doing some work with the Parks and Rec team and what being on the commission might be a platform to do in the city, because I know they've been active. We've been talking about things like looking at permitting and the parks regulations sometime over the next year. So would love to just hear what you are excited about doing from the seat.
Yeah, that would be
yes.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, thank you guys for letting me speak. So yeah, I guess I was introduced to the commission and just to like this whole Parks and Rec world when I started working on the Wentworth Tot Lot project, which I think you guys are familiar with. So working with Bruce and John, that is a park that's like on my street. So I have a very personal reason why I would, want to see some revamping there. But I think what I want to bring to the commission is just the experience of I'm a mother of young children. I feel like I'm probably kind of in that group of like super users for like the Parks and Rec offerings, their events, and you know, the green spaces and all of those things that go into that. So would just like to be kind of representative of like that part of the city and make sure that like that voice is heard and that there's kind of that perspective in that commission. Does that answer your question?
It does, thank you.
Yep. Councilor Crowley?
Or no, if you have a.
I don't have any questions. I just want to say thank you for stepping up and doing this, because, you know, it's nice to have fresh, new ideas as far as what's happening with the parks and in that. So thank you for stepping up and offering some time. Appreciate it.
Of course. I'd like to echo my thanks and appreciation as well. John Padel speaks really highly of you. He was the best man in our wedding, so you know I know he would speak candidly. And I also, you know, I really do appreciate, as a former super user, a retired super user myself, I do know how young families are so busy that it often finds it's very challenging to find the time to actually do some of the things that would help your community and hear that voice. So I really appreciate your willingness to step up and be part of that. And I'm excited that you're going to be part of the committee. So, well, pending a vote. So that being said, I don't have any further questions. Does anyone else have any? Yes.
I meant to say one other thing I've been thinking a lot about as new appointments come up, and want to just say as many times as I can, to the extent that we can be helpful with getting sort of onboarded and used to how the meetings run and everything. Every committee is different, and I know the members of the Parks and Rec Commission will be very welcoming and help you through that process. But to the extent we as a council and as a city government can start to put in place more of that, like, you know, you find the way to navigate to the commission that works on the things you care about, and then you get a seat also positioning people for success. So we'd just invite you to reach out anytime and any way that we can help, or if you see things that we can be doing to help make that experience better, let us know.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I actually feel like I found my way to even knowing about the commission through this other like channel, and I do kind of wonder if there's, maybe it's just something I'm totally missing, but I otherwise wouldn't have even known that the commission existed. So I don't know if there's kind of a forum to discuss more about just like advertising those appointments and kind of bringing in all those different perspectives that maybe otherwise like wouldn't have known that it existed. If that makes sense.
Yeah, and maybe I can just give a shout out to the mayor's constituent services director, who has just added a link at the top of the website for, like, if you want to apply for a board or commission, which was one step in a broader plan to start to publicize those better. So great stuff. Definitely needed.
So, thank you.
Madam Chair, Committee of the Whole.
I'd like to call to order Committee of the Whole. It is at 9:59 now. Okay. All right. So on order number 144, I would entertain a motion to approve the appointment of Ms. Caroline Larson.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Fantastic. Okay. Order number 142, the reappointment for Mr. Kevin Kelly to serve on the Beverly Housing Authority. And this is a reappointment. We have his letter and everything here. Did any of my fellow councilors have any questions?
No, he's done no questions here.
Okay. Although I'd entertain a motion to approve the appointment.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Motion carries 3-0. Order number 143. An appointment of Ms. Bonnie Dean, 10 Woodbury Street, to serve on the Beverly Waste Reduction Committee. So for this order, I will say that Bonnie had emailed, we have her cover letter, and she is a new appointment, and she emailed today saying she could not make the meeting. I will leave it up to my fellow counselors. I did write back and say that we could absolutely set up one of our Zoom interviews if that was amenable to my fellow council members. So I defer to any other discussion surrounding that, if that seems like a course of action, or?
It's good. I mean, I've looked over everything and read everything quite well, and I think her background and her intent and what she's looking to do, I think fits right in with what's there. So unless you guys specifically want to have that face-to-face conversation, I would just say we move it forward and let her begin to do what she wants to do. You know, it's being within the city. That's just my recommendation.
I'm comfortable with that. I think we're getting into that like solid practice of inviting people and getting closer and getting responses from people, and
right.
So
She was very proactive about reaching out and giving us her schedule. And she will also be. She said she could possibly be on hand virtually for the meeting when it came to a vote. So I do know her. I think that I would be comfortable with entertaining a motion if somebody else would want to.
Yeah, I'd say let's go, move forward.
Okay.
Entertain a
All right,
motion to-
all those in favor?
Mine too.
All right, 3-0. Should I just not do the rest of these? Or should I, or?
Not the ones I wrote. Yeah, we didn't get to those yet.
Oh, no, I'm not even there. I'm gonna, okay, I've just got 2 more. All right, order number, all right. Order number 145, the reappointment of Mr. Paul Treffry and Ms. Morgan Dyer to serve on the Beverly Cultural Council. Any questions?
Nope, no questions here.
Okay, all right. I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Approved.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries 3-0. And the last order we have tonight, oh wait, nope, 2 more. 146, an appointment of Ms. Pam Gogan. So this is a new,
I think this is one of those, someone who's serving on one board.
Yeah, because
okay,
she's already
gotcha.
on.
Okay,
yeah,
to
she's
serve
already
as the
on-
zoning board of appeals
Yeah,
representative and the
yeah.
design review board.
Nope, good.
Do I have a motion motion?
Second.
A second, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, 3-0. And then, the last one, order number 154 was referred to committee tonight to,
We do
National Grid, the petition for plan number 30528185 Dodge Street. Does anyone have any questions?
No, this is just a,
Yeah,
this is an
okay.
easy.
Oh, yeah, we
to-
talked-
Yeah,
yes,
yeah, no,
correct.
it's- yeah.
Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
All
Second.
right, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Motion carries 3-0. All right. Unless there's any other questions, I would entertain a motion to adjourn the committee of the whole. Or wait. No.
Do the whole first and then
Move
us.
First.
Yeah. Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, and then to adjourn Public Services Committee.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Yep.
All right, great. All right, we are all set.
Speed rating.
of a sudden you were like.
You good, Kim? All right. Thank you very much, everyone. We're back from subcommittee. And as I mentioned, it's a little unusual because we took that portion of our subcommittee work out of order so that we could make sure that Ms. Larson, who was waiting very patiently all night for her appointment, was able to come and go. Thank you again, Ms. Larson, if you're watching. Probably not home yet, but when you get home, thank you for your patience and for your willingness to serve. What I'd like to do now is entertain a motion to work through the rest of our agenda using Rule 22. Some counselors, if you served last term, you remember Rule 22 very well, but it does allow us to take votes on the floor and not send things to subcommittee. We will, of course, still have reports from subcommittee at the end for the work we just did. But we do need a roll call vote after the motion, if there is one, to go into Rule 22. So is there a motion to work through our agenda using Rule 22 and vote on the floor?
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor? Oh, well, no, sorry. I just said we have to roll call. I'm so sorry. Ms. Kent, would you do a roll call, please?
Bowen?
Yes.
Crowley?
Yes.
Feldman?
Yes.
Houseman?
Yes.
Rand?
Yes.
Rotundo?
Yes.
St. Hilaire?
Yes.
Sweeney?
Yes.
And Flowers.
Yes. I was just thinking about how many times I heard President Guanci say, Ms. Kent, roll call, please. And then I thought I finally got to say one. Ms. Kent, roll call, please. Not now. All right, so we're going to pick up with communications from His Honor the Mayor. We had left off with Order 161, item 5 on that list. Ms. Kent.
Order number 161, dear Honorable City Council, I hereby reappoint, subject to your review and recommendation, Mr. Robert Bushbaum, 12 Bertram Street, and Mr. William Squibb, 509 Cabot Street, Beverly, to serve on the Conservation Commission. Their terms are to be effective from June 30th, 2020 until June 30th, 2025. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. And because these are reappointments from the mayor, we're able to vote on them tonight.
You can't vote on it tonight. We gotta wait 7 days.
In that case, we
Refer to committee.
We'll just refer that one to Legal Affairs. Thank you.
Order number 162, dear Honorable City Council, I hereby reappoint, subject to your review and recommendation, Ms. Cynthia Montalbano, 22 Pond Street, and Ms. Susan Feeney, 22 Roderick Ave, Beverly, to serve on the Council on Aging. The terms are to be effective from June 30th, 2022 until June 30th, 2025. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. And again, because of the waiting period on appointments from the mayor, we'll refer that to Public Services.
Order number 163, dear Honorable City Council, I hereby appoint, subject to your review and recommendation, D. Scott DeLay, Esquire, 36 Dane Street, Beverly, to serve on the Beverly Licensing Board. Mr. DeLay will succeed Mr. John Rocchio, who has stepped down from the board after many years of service. His term is to be effective from June 30th, 2022 until June 30th, 2028. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs.
Dear Honorable City Council, I hereby appoint, subject to your review and recommendation, Mr. David Lang, 2 Foster's Point, Beverly, to the Register of Voters. His term to be effective until March 31st, 2025. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Public Services.
Dear Honorable City Council, I hereby reappoint, subject to your review recommendation, Ms. Nancy Marino, 9 Wellman Street, Beverly, to serve as the Park and Recreation Commission representative on the Community Preservation Committee. Her term is to be effective from July 31st, 2022 until July 31st, 2025. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Public Services.
Dear Honorable City Council, order number 166, sorry. Dear Honorable City Council, I respectfully request the Honorable City Council approve the waiver of residency requirement for John T. Leahy Jr. Mr. Leahy was recently appointed to the Beverly Historic District Commission. He is an asset to the commission and brings much knowledge and enthusiasm to the commission. Although Mr. Leahy will soon be moving to a neighboring town, he has expressed his interest in continuing on the commission. Thanks for your consideration. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve Order 166?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, sorry. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 167. Dear Honorable City Council, I hereby appoint, subject to your review and recommendation, Ms. Victoria Healy, Associate Planner for the City of Beverly, to serve as the Planning Department representative on the Design Review Board. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs.
Order number 168. Dear Honorable City Council, I hereby appoint, subject to your review and recommendation, Mr. Armand Fred Kenaway, 21 Westgate Road, Apartment 3, Chestnut Hill, Mass., to serve as constable in the City of Beverly for the express purpose of serving civil process. Attaches Mr. Kenaway's application, which has been approved by Police Chief Latcher. Mr. Kenaway's term will be effective from June 30th, 2023 till June 30th, 2026. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
And the waiting period on appointments applies to constables as well. Let's refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs, please.
Order number 169. Dear Honorable City Council, I respectfully ask that you approve a transfer of the city's free cash balance in the amount of $155,700 to cover various fund balance deficits. The city's finance director has informed me of the need to perform a number of accounting adjustments to eliminate 9 deficit balances that were highlighted in last year's fiscal year free cash certification process. The net impact to our free cash balance is 0, as the accounting adjustment eliminates deficit balances that would otherwise reduce the free cash certification. You may recall that from time to time this transaction is necessary, and we are happy to discuss the specifics at an upcoming public hearing. This request will require a public hearing. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion to set that public hearing for our June 27th meeting at 7:35 PM.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Do we need to be doing that by roll call? That vote?
The public hearing vote? Or
Yes.
all the votes?
Well, all of the votes, but including that one.
That was my question. I thought we did.
The reason that we did all of the votes once we were using Rule 22 by roll call was because they were remote. So the roll call into Rule 22, but we're all in person in the same place, so.
Okay,
But that was the reason why they seemed to go hand in hand.
Right.
okay, thank you.
Order number 170?
I'm sorry, did we take a vote on that?
Yes.
And the motion
We
carries
set the public
9-0.
hearing,
Thank
yes.
you.
Good.
Yes, I am, thank you.
Order number
I mean, I think
170,
so.
Dear Honorable City Council, I respectfully ask that you approve a transfer of the city's free cash balance in the amount of $2 million to begin work associated with the renovation of the main library heating and cooling systems. The city plans to install a ground source heat pump HVAC system utilizing geothermal technology. While the technology requires a greater upfront investment, it will use far less electricity and provide greater cost savings, while vastly decreasing greenhouse gas emissions and helping address the city meet our climate commitments. The requested amount will allow the city to undertake the design and bidding process and begin construction. We intend to return to the City Council later this fall to request additional funds to complete the full project. At the point in time, we will have a more definite project budget. We also expect to have secure significant additional funding that will help offset the total project costs. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion to set that public hearing for June 27th at 7:55 PM.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 171, Dear Honorable City Council, I respectfully ask that you approve a transfer of the city's free cash balance in the amount of $1,250,000 to be placed into the capital project fund for the Central Fire Station. This initial investment will allow the city to begin to tackle the exterior needs of the building. The city capital expenditure plan has outlined the need for roof installation, facade, and window work, which this investment will allow the city to address. We are aware that the building has significant interior renovation needs as well, and we are hopeful to begin addressing those through a separate spending authorization once the phase of the project is complete. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. I entertain a motion to set that public hearing for our June 27th meeting at 8 PM.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
I just splashed myself. Order number 172, Dear Honorable City Council, I respectfully ask that you approve a transfer of the city's free cash balance in the amount of $50,000 to perform an array of work seeking to evaluate, plan for, and document various aspects of our city cemeteries. The ultimate goal is to provide the city and future policymakers with a plan for ongoing management and care of our cemeteries. I want to thank Councilor Houseman specifically for advocating to support of this investment, and I look forward to working with you all as we refocus resources on this initiative. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion to set that public hearing for June 27th at 8 PM.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Houseman. You got your shout out there. Thank you for your advocacy.
Dear,
Oh,
order one-
communications.
Sorry, is that we moved on?
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
God.
we are on to page 3 of the agenda. Communications from other city officers and boards. Order 173.
Order 173 from President Flowers, a reappointment for Ms. Heather Richter to serve as the City Council at large representative of the CPC.
Because this is a council appointment, we can vote it this
Correct.
evening. I would
Yes.
entertain a motion to approve this appointment. All those in favor?
Reappointment.
Aye. Thank you. Yes, reappointment. Thank you, Ms. Kent. I am correctly corrected by you. Order 170.
I'm being told that 170, 172 were the same times, so one is 8 and one is 8:05.
That, I have 805 written down. I'm sorry, I probably misspoke. So order 172,
I believe, yes.
8:05 PM.
So those are 5-minute public hearings?
Yes, the first one is the free cash introduction. It's the longest. I think it's 20 minutes. And so Mr. Ailes' recommendation was that he would fully explain and talk with us about free cash generally, and then the others, the individual transfers, would be closer in time, but if we need more time, we'll leapfrog them as we've been doing. Thank you.
It's Christine.
Thank you.
Order 174 from the Planning Director Darlene Nguyen, a notice of designation of Suzanne Lamont to the Historic District Commission to representative to the CPC.
Thank you. I entertain a motion to receive that and place it on file.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 175, relating President Flowers and Councilor Rotundo, statement of support for the North Shore Birthing Center.
Thank you. And with this one, this is also receive and place on file, but Councilor Rotundo and I, as you may have seen, have drafted this as a public statement. And so in the interest of putting it publicly in front of you all, it's been filed here. Any counselor who might like to sign on to the public statement can let Ms. Kent know. She'll affix all of our names, and then anyone can release it to your constituents. Counselor Houseman.
I'd like to let Ms. Kent know that I would like to be joined to that letter as a signatory.
Can you remind me tomorrow?
Yes.
Thank you, Counselor Houseman. Is there a motion to receive that and place it on file?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. That carries 9-0. And thank you to, I know Ms. Glass spoke, but there were many members, I think, of the public who came tonight to support her and the birth center, including one very small member of the public.
Order number 176, from the city clerk, renewal of an application for 2022 for petrol registration for Farrell's Energy.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion to approve that renewal.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 177, from the city clerk, application for a name change for Autodyne at 8 to 10 Railroad Avenue. As you know, Autodyne came before us, and Chair Rand asked if he was keeping the name, and he said yes. He decided to change it, but he was just here a couple weeks ago.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion to approve the name change.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 178 from the city clerk, application for a temporary hawkers and peddlers license to sell flowers for Indicio Benatati.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion to approve that application.
Madam President,
Yes.
just a quick question on that one, just because it is in Apple Village. Do you have any other information on this? Just, because it gets a little, hairy up there sometimes.
I believe he's doing it at a church.
Okay, so it's not done at the, that's just the, okay, that's all I want to make sure. Thank you.
That's just-
Sorry.
No,
Thank you.
please. even if we're doing it this way, you should still ask questions, so thank you, Counselor Rotundo, for stopping me to ask your question. Counselor Rand.
Thank you. I also am pretty sure, I had some interactions with him last year, and he's raising money for charity.
Thank you.
Oh, not this year, sorry. He did last
So
year.
good for him last year.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear it. You had some nice stuff.
Price increase.
So I would entertain a motion to approve the application.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0. Let's go to communications, applications, and petitions, please, Ms. Kent.
Order number 179 from the Department of Environmental Protection and Waterways Regulation Program, a notice of application pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 91, permit number W205897.
I would entertain a motion to receive that and place it on file.
So moved.
Second.
Counselor Bowen.
Thank you. Just a very quick comment. I wondered if we might ask Mr. Miaris to take a look and advise us on whether submitting any comment as a council would be advantageous, because that is for the removal of the old 192 cable, I believe.
Thank you,
And
Counselor.
having gotten cut short before in the EFSB process, wondered if we might get some advice on whether it's helpful to submit a letter of something.
Thank you, Counselor Bowen. I think we could certainly, in addition to receiving and placing this on file, forward this to Mr. Miaris as well.
Yeah, it says the deadline was June 13th, 2022, so I don't know if that matters, but.
Point of order, are we discussing Order 179?
Yes.
And this relates to Attorney Mariori's how?
We get these every quarter, so I don't.
Right, but the project that they're requesting public comment on is National Grid's proposal to remove the cable from under the bridge, where it's currently buried underwater.
Ah, okay.
So I think Counselor Bowen is just suggesting that it might be helpful for us to forward this to Attorney Miaris. I made him a city councilor now.
He was here long enough.
And just ask for his advice to us, given that this is connected to our project. So I think we can certainly have Ms. Kent direct that to Mr. Miaris.
Good call.
Thank you, Counselor Bowen. All those in favor of receiving it and placing it on file and also directing it to Mr. Miaris for his
So
attention?
moved.
Counselor Sweeney, did you have a comment?
Oh, no, I was just.
Okay, sorry.
Jumped the gun on the boat here.
Counselor Sweeney was right on that.
Way to go.
Thank you. Anybody opposed to this? Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 180 from Glofsky and Glofsky, a request for an extension and minor modification of Briscoe Village Center for Living in the Arts special permit.
Thank you. This one I am going to refer to the Subcommittee on Legal Affairs because their team was unable to be here tonight. They wanted to be here with us to talk about this, and they are unable to be here due to illness. Several different people with several different illnesses. So we'll refer that to Legal Affairs and take that up on the 27th.
I hope they get well.
And hope that they get well. That brings us to unfinished business from a previous meeting. Mr. Perry was just going to mention a couple points on the charter, which we're not going to take up tonight, but Mr. Perry, you had a couple comments for us.
Thank you, Madam President. Very quickly, one, given the totality of everything that's going on here, the fact that the consultant has just recently sent a revised version of legal affairs approvals is with the city solicitor. I've recommended to the council president, I think it's a wise decision for the council that we take up the charter in September. Having said that, we just have to get this all done in time for a November election. So I think it would be extremely smart of the council to do that. I think the council president has decided to do that. Number two, just so you know quickly, I'll be working with the Collins Center. It's a new fiscal year. We have to write another contract. I'll take care of that. There's nothing for the council to do, but I'm working on that. And then number three, I think I've recommended to the council president that at your June 27th meeting, that we dissolve the Charter Review Committee with our appreciation, thanks, all that stuff, because their job is done, and I'm trying to move the process along. So I wanted to quickly report on that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perry. And the other unfinished business is a chance to check in the future with Alba Auto, and we will pick that up. It's just been too short of a time frame for what Councilor Rand and her subcommittee had set. That brings us to motions and orders.
Order number 56 from Council Rotundo, proposed ordinance amendment regarding bicycle lanes to be created. And this is the final passage, so you can vote.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to approve Order 56.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any further discussion on this one? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 9-0. Thank you, Councilor Rotundo, for your work on that.
Order number 128 from Councilor Rotundo, proposed ordinance change regarding city clerk, assistant city clerk, and clerk of committees, and this is also the final passage.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion to approve Order 128. Oh, I'm sorry.
Very quickly, Madam
You
President.
just appeared there so quietly.
know.
Mr. Perry's at the podium.
Sneaking up on you. Very quickly, a question was asked at the last meeting whether the mayor supported this or not. I did have a quick conversation with the mayor last week. He does support it as long as the city solicitor, did her review, which he did. His position was that's the council business, and he had no problem with this at all. So I just want to report on that. And again, I recommend its adoption.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perry. So is there a motion to approve Order 128?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 9-0. Thank you. And thank you again, Councilor Rotundo, for your work on that one.
Order number 141 from Planning Director Darlene Nguyen, Beverly Ordinance Section 113-2, possession or consumption in public ways, in public places, or in private property, and Section 192-61E, sandwich boards, signs of the city ordinance concerning alcoholic beverages and signs. And this was also final passage.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kent. Is there a motion to approve Order 141?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion on 141? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Any opposed? Motion carries 9-0. And then we have 147, is it just getting its first reading tonight?
Correct. Yep. Order number 147, legal notice, be it obtained by the City Council of the City of Beverly as follows: in the year 2022, an ordinance amending an ordinance relative to Chapter 270 Vehicles and Traffic, Section 270-49, amendment to include handicap parking space, amending Section 270-49 as follows: add a handicap parking sign and space at 11 Lothrop Street. The space would be on the eastern side of Lothrop Street, adjacent to number 11. And this was in the newspaper on May 20th.
Thank you very much. And we will be able to put a final vote on that at our June 27th meeting. And I want to add that we are on page 4 of our agenda now, and that brings us to reports from committee.
I have to read the, what you had the public hearing on for Order 129, because it hasn't been read yet.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. Yep. Go ahead, Ms. Kemp, please.
Order 129, City of Beverly Order Number 1 for City Council salaries increases and the establishment of a framework for proactive review of salaries. Proposed order amending Beverly Ordinance 26-14 salary and expense of council members by number 1, increasing the salary of A, each member of the city council to $14,000, and B, the city council president to $15,000, which such increases to be effective January 1st, 2024, and number 2, adding the following language: on or before October 31st of the first year of a 2-year term, the city council shall meet for the purpose of reviewing the salaries of city councilors. Order number 2 for mayor and school committee members, salary increases and the establishment of a framework for a proactive review of salaries. Proposed order amending Beverly Ordinance Section 69-12 unclassified salaries by number 1, increasing the salary of A, the mayor to $145,000, and B, each member of the school committee to $8,000. C, the school committee president to $9,000, which with increases to be effective January 1st, 2024. Number 2, adding the following language: on or before October 31st of the first year of a 2-year term, the city council shall meet for the purposes of reviewing the salaries of the mayor and members of the school committee. Order number 3, proposed order amending Beverly Ordinance Section 58-1 budget management analyst by adding Section C6 as follows: the city council budget management analyst shall no later than October 31st of the first year of a 2-year term provide a report to the city council with information and recommendations sufficient to all the city council to consider taking those steps necessary under the city charter to adjust the salaries of the mayor, city councils, and school committee members. The city council budget management analyst shall consider the compensation of current elected and appointed officials in comparable communities. the compensation of the department heads of the city, information regarding the regional consumer price index, cost of living adjustments for Social Security recipients, and current collective bargaining agreements. As copy of such report should be provided to the mayor, such report shall not be prerequisite to passing an ordinance increasing the salary of said elected official's salary. And this was in the newspaper on May 20th, and this is its first reading.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kent. So we cannot take a final vote on that, but it does constitute its first reading. Thank you for that. And now I think that brings us to reports from committees. Yes, and this will take care of the committee work that we did in our brief break from committees earlier. Right. Thank you, Ms. Kent.
Order number 138. The Committee of Finance and Property, Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter regarding a transfer of $208,760 from the Water Enterprise Fund to cover projects cost associated with the Stanley Street water main work, have considered said matter and beg leave to follow, submit the accompanying order and recommend its adoption.
Thank you very much.
That doesn't sound like it's, I think it's just recommended that the council approve this request.
Thank you. The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and the adoption of the order. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 156 is the mayor's budget, and to set a public hearing at 7 PM on 6/21/2022 at 7 PM.
Thank you very much. The question comes in the acceptance of the proposal to set that public hearing on the budget at a special meeting on June 21st, 7 PM.
So moved.
Oh, sorry.
21st, it's for the budget.
June 21st, 7 PM. And sorry, everyone was correctly already ahead of me. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. 9-0 to set that public hearing.
Order number 157, the Committee on Finance and Property, to whom referred the matter regarding a $64,695 grant from the Mass DOT Aeronautics for Beverly Airport. Recommend the request be granted.
Thank you very much. The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 158, the Committee on Finance and Property, Committee of the Whole, to whom referred the matter regarding the end of the year FY '22 realigning some funding within our operating budget to properly account for costs through June 30th. Recommend the council approve this request.
Thank you very much. The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. Is this a public hearing? Yeah. Ms. Kent?
Sorry, I'm sorry. Set a public hearing 6/27 at 7:25 PM.
Thank you very much. The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal to set the public hearing for 6/27 at
7:25 PM.
7:25 PM.
So
Yes.
moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
It's a team effort here tonight. Order number
It really is.
159, the Committee on Finance and Property, to whom referred the matter regarding a donation of $3,000 from Bill Skillman of Vallejo Medical, Inc. to purchase a defibrillator for the Beverly Fire Department. Have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the council approve this request.
Thank you. The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0, and with many thanks for that donation.
Order number 160, the Committee on Finance and Property, to whom referred the matter regarding a donation of $50,000 as a mitigation payment from the Cummings Property LLC to maintain and improve the Norwood Point Recreation Area. Have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Submit to recommend the council approve this request.
Thank you. The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0, and thanks also for that donation.
Order number, hold on, one sec. Order 129, we have to wait on that for final passage.
Yes.
Yeah. Order number 166, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom referred the matter regarding a request to waive the residency requirement for John J. Leahy Jr., a recent appointee to the Historic District Commission. Recommend the council approve this request.
Didn't we already vote on that?
We did that on the floor.
Oh, we did, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's residency. This is a residency
Residency.
change. It's not an appointment.
We voted on it.
We voted on it.
I think we did.
It was approved.
Yeah, but this is report of committee, so I'm reporting that you did it.
So it's order
We
166.
didn't, not my committee.
I was sitting right here.
Oh, the full council.
Yeah.
Order 166 we did,
okay.
yeah, on the floor.
All right.
Checked it off and everything.
I also
That's
checked it
gotta
off.
be right.
Yeah,
So-
and wrote 9-0.
Where we, where do we stop on that? Everything else was on the floor for legal affairs, right?
We're done with that one.
You had nothing else that you
Just that
We can
one
vote again.
public
Counselor
hearing.
Rotundo.
We can vote again on it. Which one?
You're concurring, okay.
Yeah,
They are
that one we
concurring.
can't vote on, right.
Okay, that's good.
Perfect.
Everybody from legal affairs is concurring that they only had
Yes.
one thing.
Yes.
So,
All right, so
That's
public
great, we've taken care of
services,
them.
you had a lot.
Here we go.
Yes, I had a lot,
all
sorry.
right.
Services now.
Nothing else
We
from
didn't do.
legal is all voted on
Keep
the floor.
filling
Yeah,
committees.
nothing, and we can't act on the one that was,
Right.
yeah, so we're good. Okay.
Good night.
Okay, the final chapter here. Order number 144, the Committee on Public Services, to whom refer the matter regarding an appointment for Ms. Caroline Larson to serve on the Beverly Parks Recreation Commission. Recommend the council approve the appointment.
Thank you, and this is Ms. Caroline Larson, who spent all night with us. Question comes on the acceptance of proposal and adoption of that appointment. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0, and thank you, Ms. Larson, for your willingness to serve.
Order number 142, the Committee on Public Services, to whom referred the matter regarding a reappointment for Mr. Kevin Kelly Sr. to serve on the Beverly Housing Authority, have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the council approve the reappointment.
Thank you. The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of that reappointment. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 143, the Committee on Public Services, to whom refer the matter, an appointment for Miss Bonnie Dean, 10 Woodbury Street, to serve on the Beverly Waste Reduction Committee, have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the council approve the appointment.
Thank you. The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of that appointment. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0 with another word of thanks for willingness to serve.
Order number 145, the Committee on Public Services, to whom was referred the matter regarding a reappointment for Mr. Paul Treffy and Miss Morgan Dyer to serve on the Beverly Cultural Council, have considered said matter. Recommend the council approve the reappointments.
Thank you. The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal to approve those reappointments. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 146, the Committee on Public Services, to whom refer the matter regarding an appointment for Miss Pam Gugian to serve as the Zoning Board of Appeals representative on the Design Review Board, have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the council approve the appointment.
Thank you. The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal to approve that appointment. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 154, the Committee on Public Services, to whom refer the matter regarding a petition for Plan 305-28185 Dodge Street. Recommend the application be granted.
Thank you. The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
That's all I got.
Counselor Houseman.
Yes, just point of order. We voted on order number 104, the naming of the Harbor Master Building. That's a question.
Oh,
Counselor Feldman,
so,
What's the status?
Public Services is working on an ordinance for a naming convention, for naming parameters for the city of Beverly, because we don't have a naming policy in place. So I have discussed with Counselor Rotundo, I'm holding that until the ordinance is in place, because I prefer to put that in place prior to approving that.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Counselor Feldman. Thank you, Counselor Rotundo, for your work on that one as well. Counselors, any last announcements? Counselor Rotundo.
Yes, just a few, actually. No, I will make it less than a minute. First of all, I do want to recognize yesterday was the police officers Memorial Sunday. It's the first Sunday of every June. I also want to mention next Sunday is the firefighters Memorial Sunday, which they will start at the Central Firehouse, march down to the Central Cemetery start at 8:30, 8:50, then come back to the firehouse. And I just want to give one shout out to the Sheriff's Department. If you've noticed in some of the public assets that they removed the graffiti, and I just want to shout out to them, and they will continually work with the city on doing that. That's a service that they got from a grant. So I know they did the School Street Bridge, they did the McPherson Park, so I just want to give a shout out to the Essex County Sheriff's Department. That's it.
Thank you very much, Counselor Rotundo. Very speedy. Counselor Crowley.
Yep, I just only have two things. Thursday night at Shore Country Day, It starts at 6:30, but they're gonna have a public involvement process for Varian, as far as to talk about everything that Varian's been doing. Doors are gonna open at 6:30, people can come in and see the slides, whatever they have, and the meeting will actually start at 7 o'clock. And then the only other thing is, this Saturday, we are gonna have a barbecue, Gloucester Crossing with Holcroft Park, starting at noon. You're all willing to come on down.
Thank you very much, Councilor Crowley. I will just mention, I guess in the spirit of having an announcement, I will mention that tomorrow is the City of Beverly's Pride Flag raising outside of City Hall, where we are right now. And that will be at 4:30 p.m. And our Human Rights Committee, as usual, will be helping to bring us together for that event, but it's open to everyone. And as Mr. Thompson told us earlier, happy Pride, and so that will be happening right out on our lawn. Are there any other announcements? All right, well, good job, team. I think this one might be a record. It is for me. I do know before I was on the council, I sat through one meeting that had a lot of public hearings, and I remember Councilor Silva questioning when President Guanci recessed something to 10:45. And President Guanci said, I don't think I'm kidding. But for me, on the council, this is a record. And I just do want to say, Ms. Kent, you joked about the teamwork, but thank you, everybody, helping everyone out, especially as it got to be late here at the hour. So, and thank you to Kim from BevCam, the last other person standing in the room with us tonight, beyond Ms. Dixon and Ms. Kent. So thank you to both of you. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We're adjourned.